Chapter 523. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng finished speaking, the nurse's smile froze on her face. After a while, she finally reacted and stammered, discharge him. Yes, we're discharging him. Hu Xiaoheng was concise. My people are going to the hospital to complete the paperwork now. Please make way, we need to pack his things. As Hu Xiaoheng spoke, the people outside had already received their orders. They brought the Barbados government's legal identification, Barbados passport, and proof of immediate family to the hospital's inpatient department to complete the discharge paperwork for Gu Xiangwen. The people in the inpatient department were stunned by the documents. They didn't want to complete the discharge paperwork, but they didn't dare to refuse. After all, they had all the documents. What could they do? Rules were rules, and Gu Yanran's words had to be handled according to the rules. Please wait. We'll go verify the documents. The people in the inpatient department stuttered as they snuck into the room to call Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran had left a phone number there. If there was an emergency, they could call that number directly to find her. Although the people in the hospital didn't know who the number belonged to, they had tried a few times in the past, and their problems would be solved as soon as they called it. But this time, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get through. Hu Xiaoheng's people waited outside for more than 10 minutes and couldn't help but knock on the counter when they saw the person leaving and not returning. Hey! Where is she? Why is it taking so long to verify the documents? Should we go to the government to check again? The people in the inpatient department dawdled for almost half an hour but still couldn't get through to the number Gu Yanran left behind. The people outside were urging them, so they had no choice but to let them go according to the rules. Otherwise, it would be illegal detention. The people in the inpatient department slowly walked out and began the discharge paperwork for Gu Xiangwen. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji began packing in Gu Xiangwen's room. From Gu Xiangwen's breathing apparatus to his daily clothes, they packed everything that could be taken away. The nurse stood at the side rubbing her hands and kept saying, "He's not recovered yet. Where are you taking him?" In just half an hour, Gu Yanran's people were like ants on a hot pan. They were panicking like ants on a hot pan. Should I report this to eldest miss? Can't you check what's going on? We've already sent people over, but we haven't heard back yet. These people didn't know that the people they had sent had already been subdued by the elites of the Huaxia Imperial Special Operations Forces in South America. They were locked in a small, empty room and would only be released when the operation was over. When they finally ran out of ideas and went to report to Gu Yanran, almost 40 minutes had passed. What? You can't get through to the hospital? Even the internet is down. Can't you send someone to take a look? It's not that far. It's only a 10-minute drive, right? Gu Yanran said in surprise. She looked up from her breakfast in the garden pavilion to look at her employee. We've sent people over, but there's no reply from these people. Gu Yanran's brows furrowed. She stood up abruptly and cursed under her breath. Someone must have found out. It was too late. Gu Yanran's expression darkened, and she immediately made a decision. Quick! Bring more people and inform the security company. Ask them to provide military support. I'll go with you. She ordered loudly as she took out her phone to send a text requesting help. After sending the text, she threw down the white napkin and quickly turned to leave. Gu Yanran was in such a hurry that she even tripped on the leg of the dining table and pulled the white tablecloth off the dining table. The beautiful silverware on the dining table clattered on the floor, but she didn't even look at it and hurried away. The hospital's discharge procedures were finally completed after 40 minutes. Although Hu Xiaoheng and the others were a bit anxious, they didn't appear to be in a rush to avoid alerting the enemy. They had cut off the hospital's external communications anyway, so they weren't afraid of these people causing trouble. The hospital's director personally came to Gu Xiangwen's room and looked at Gu Nianji. "You're Mr. Gu's youngest daughter. I don't think I've heard of you before. Really? Gu Nianji tilted her head and smiled. She looked cute. Why haven't I heard of you before? Didn't my sister mention me? Your sister? Oh, Miss Gu. She didn't say anything. The director studied Gu Nianji and clicked his tongue. You're Miss Gu, but you don't look like your sister at all. We're not twins, so of course we don't look alike. Gu Nianji said slyly as she showed the new identity document the Barbados government had issued for her to the director. Look, this is my identity document. The government's seal is on it. If you don't believe me, you can go to the relevant government departments to check again and you'll know what's going on. But our hospital's phone and internet are having some problems, so we can't contact the relevant government departments for now. The director still wanted to stop her. Why don't you wait a little longer? That's your problem, not ours. We'll provide whatever conditions you need. We have no obligation to fulfill the new conditions that were issued at the last minute. Gu Nianji's expression darkened as she blurted out fluent British English. Her demeanor was both reserved and arrogant, perfectly portraying the rudeness of a rich princess. The director bossed around reasonable people, but kept quiet out of fear when it came to unreasonable people. That was because the rich people he had dealt with in Barbados were all arrogant and reserved. Now he was certain that Gu Nianji was the youngest daughter of the Gu family. Yin Shixiang came in with 4 or 5 strong men to carry the unconscious Gu Xiangwen onto a stretcher. This was a stretcher that Chenlai had prepared. It had been urgently flown in from Europe and contained all the necessary drugs and equipment for the vegetative patient. Gu Xiangwen was simply moved from one bed to the next. Even the drugs she was injected with didn't change at all. Let's go. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand and gave Yin Shixiang a look. Yin Shixiang nodded and led his men to push Gu Xiangwen out. As soon as they reached the hallway, there were already 2 identical stretchers parked there. Each one had a vegetative patient sleeping on it. These were props they had arranged to confuse others so that no one would know their true location. However, they had underestimated the enemy's mobility. Or rather, they had never figured out who the enemy was or where they were. The 3 stretchers hadn't even reached the elevator when a loud explosion rang out in front of the building. Get down. Hua Xiaoheng's intuition told him that the explosion was right under their feet. He picked up Gu Nianji and rolled forward to quickly roll to the wall by the door. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out from outside the building. The entire building was immediately engulfed in thick smoke. The bomb in front of the building had directly blown a hole through the building. From the front of the building, one could see the rocky mountain and shrubs behind it. Yin Shixiang protected his men and Gu Xiangwen as they were pushed back to the door of the ward. He looked out the window and saw several masked men in black with flamethrowers on their backs spitting fire as they headed towards the building. Hua Xiao! Hurry up and get them out of here. I'll cover you. Yin Shixiang took out his AMR from the stretcher and aimed it at the window. Bang! A heavy sniper bullet spun out and knocked the masked man in black who was charging at the front to the ground. Hua Xiaoheng jumped up from the ground and took out another AMR from under the stretcher. He didn't even need to aim. He aimed directly at the flamethrower on the masked man Yin Shixiang had knocked out and fired. Boom! There were 2 flamethrower fuel tanks on the masked man's back. One was high-quality nitrogen, while the other was full of gasoline. One AMR bullet was enough to detonate all the nitrogen inside and ignite the gasoline. With such intense flames, the masked man in black was almost completely burned to ashes in less than a minute. Most people would be scared and run away when they saw such a tragic scene. However, the remaining masked men were obviously not ordinary people. Not only did they not retreat, but they also went all out. They aimed their flamethrowers at the direction of the 3rd floor where the bullets had come from. The tongues of fire were like demons from hell as they swept towards the windows on the 3rd floor. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang quickly crouched on the ground. The huge flames flashed over their heads and quickly disappeared, leaving only thick black smoke. Gu Nianji lay prone at the foot of the wall by the door of the ward. It was the same spot where Hu Xiaoheng had rolled down with her in his arms. She watched the scene unfold with her heart pounding. She couldn't stop the panic in her heart. When the tongue of flame had swept over, she had seen Hu Xiaoheng standing not far in front of it. She had almost screamed out loud. She quickly stuffed her fist into her mouth to not cause more trouble for Hu Xiaoheng and the others. "Call the police. Quick, call the police. I can't get through to the phone. Run. Run. These robbers don't want to live." The director of the hospital and Gu Xiangwen's caretakers, as well as the medical staff in the building, ran around in panic. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't stand it anymore and said to Yin Shixiang, "Take them out from the back door. I'll stay here and attract their firepower." "No, I'll cover you." "Hu Xiao, take them away." Yin Shixiang objected. He couldn't put Hu Xiaoheng in danger again. "That's an order." Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything else and sat up from the ground. He pushed the clip into the custom-made AMR in his hand. "Your shooting isn't as accurate as mine. I can escape unscathed, but you can't. Leave now." This wasn't the time to be wishy-washy and give in. Yin Shixiang didn't insist after failing to object. He knew his shooting wasn't as accurate as Hu Xiaoheng's, but he didn't think Hu Xiaoheng would be able to escape unscathed. However, Gu Xiangwen and Gu Nianji needed him to safely send them away, so he left first and came back to help Hu Xiaoheng. "Then Hu Xiao, be careful. I'll be leaving first." Yin Shixiang left the AMR to Hu Xiaoheng and took out 2 semi-automatic submachine guns from under the stretcher. He carried Gu Xiangwen up from the stretcher and tied it to his body. He crawled to Gu Nianji and stuffed one of the semi-automatic submachine guns into her hands. "Take it and come with me. Protect my back. If you see anyone charging at you, shoot them hard." This was the first chapter, 3,000 words. Just a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was New Year's Eve, so I'd like to wish everyone a happy new year. Did people still read novels at night? Was there still an update at 7 p.m.? Chapter 524. Gu Nianji had trained with a semi-automatic machine gun when she was at the Hua Xia Imperial Special Operations Forces base in Sea City. She hadn't touched it in years, but the feeling returned when she held the gun in her hands. She took the semi-automatic machine gun from Yin Shixiang's hands with a stern face and reloaded it a few times. After familiarizing herself with it, she followed Yin Shixiang to the stairs on the other side of the hallway. "Follow me." Gu Nianji waved her hand, and the hospital director, nurses, and guards quickly followed and ran to the stairs. Yin Shixiang carried Gu Xiangwen on his back as he ran in a crouch. Gu Nianji hugged the semi-automatic machine gun and followed behind him, constantly keeping an eye out for any movement behind them. Hu Xiaoheng raised the AMR alone and constantly switched positions at the windows on the 3rd floor. With every shot, a ball of black and red flames rose downstairs. His tall figure was hidden in the shadows beside the windows, and every shot took the life of a masked man downstairs. He was like a judge from the underworld, ruling over life and death in the human world. The masked men downstairs were finally afraid and didn't dare to continue forward. They scattered and tried to find a place to hide. Hu Xiaoheng discovered their movements and immediately issued an order through his communication system. Team A, 7 o'clock, 3 targets, over. Team B, 3 o'clock, 2 targets, over. Team C, 6 o'clock, 4 targets, over. Hu Xiaoheng stood on the 3rd floor and looked down at the movement downstairs. He calmly reported the location and whereabouts of the masked gunmen. Gu Nianji followed Yin Shixiang and the others down the stairs from the back door. Since Hu Xiaoheng was attracting the enemy's firepower on the 3rd floor, they were unimpeded and quickly reached the first floor. However, the hospital director saw that there was no danger and didn't want to go with Yin Shixiang and Gu Nianji anymore. He secretly gave his men a look. They dawdled behind and watched Yin Shixiang and Gu Nianji leave before quickly rushing out of the building. "Where are you going?" Gu Nianji called out to them when she saw that they didn't run to the back of the mountain to hide and instead ran forward. The director only had time to wave back, but before he could speak, he was shot down by a black gun from the forest. "Murder! They killed people. This is a hospital. You can't do that." The black female nurse suddenly burst with courage and angrily roared in the direction of the gunmen. However, the gunmen were obviously professional killers, cold-blooded and ruthless. They were not moved by the black female nurse's words at all. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the black female nurse also fell into a pool of blood. Gu Nianji hugged her semi-automatic submachine gun tightly and hid behind a rock with Yin Shixiang. She listened to the execution-like methods being carried out in front of her. Gu Nianji couldn't take it anymore and poked her head out from behind the rock. She raised her semi-automatic submachine gun and fired a volley of bullets at the shooters who were executing with handguns. Da-da-da-da. The semi-automatic submachine gun spat out flames and swept towards the gunman who was wreaking havoc. The gunman was quite happy shooting other people with a pistol, but when it was his turn to be sprayed by a submachine gun, he actually started screaming. However, he didn't scream for long before he fell to the ground and twitched, dying in a pool of blood. Yin Shixiang originally wanted to stop Gu Nianji, but seeing that the gunmen were so rampant and had killed everyone in the hospital, they would find them sooner or later. Therefore, he didn't stop Gu Nianji and only hid beside her to keep an eye on her. Gu Nianji ran out of bullets, and the gunmen seemed to be frightened. They didn't come forward again and retreated into the forest. Yin Shixiang quickly pulled Gu Nianji in the other direction and whispered, "Let's go. They're going to use flamethrowers." As soon as he said that, a string of flames crawled up the rock they had been hiding behind. If they had still been hiding there, they would definitely have been burned to a crisp. Gu Nianji felt a lingering fear and tightened her grip on her gun. She ran even faster with Yin Shixiang. At that moment, other members of the Special Operations Forces who had come to pick them up had already arrived. They exchanged directions and addresses with Yin Shixiang through their Bluetooth headsets. They quickly eliminated the gunmen along the way and met up with Yin Shixiang. "Why are there so many gunmen? Didn't we investigate before?" Yin Shixiang asked the person who had come to pick them up with a gloomy expression. "We did investigate, but this is Barbados, not our country. There are many things that even the government may not know about." The person also had a mask on his face. He must not have been able to reveal his identity in Barbados. He looked at Gu Nianji and Gu Xiangwen, who was on Yin Shixiang's back. "Follow me. Our car is parked over there. We'll reach it from here." "But Hua Xiao isn't here yet," Gu Nianji whispered. She looked in the direction of the building and refused to leave with them alone. Yin Shixiang also looked in that direction worriedly. "How's Hua Xiao doing?" "Hua Xiao is clearing out the target," the person said simply and waved. "Let's go. You won't be able to help here." "But he's alone." Gu Nianji mumbled, her eyes still lingering in the direction of the building. "Let's go." Yin Shixiang didn't say anything else. He grabbed Gu Nianji's arm and ran towards the door. Gu Nianji wanted to be with Hua Xiaoheng, but from the looks of things, she would definitely be a burden to him if she went. She could only grit her teeth and leave with Yin Shixiang. They hadn't run far when she heard the gunshots and explosions behind her getting more intense. It was like the explosion scene in a Hollywood war movie. She couldn't help but stop and look back. She saw the building suddenly burst into flames. Thick smoke billowed and seemed to blacken the blue sky. Gu Nianji panicked and pulled Yin Shixiang to ask, "Brother Xiong, What's going on over there? Is he going to be okay? Yin Shixiang turned to look, his heart pounding. He shared the information he heard from his Bluetooth headset with Gu Nianji. He should be fine. Hua Xiao lured most of the gunmen into the building so we could escape. What? Gu Nianji shuddered in shock. Her voice trembled so much she was about to cry. How could this be? There were so many people attacking him. No matter how good he was, there would be times when he couldn't see. Gu Nianji's eyes were red, but she forced herself not to cry. She looked at Yin Shixiang and said word by word, I want to go back and find him. You can't go. My mission is to send you and your father away. Yin Shixiang, who had always been easy to talk to, was now very strict and refused to bend the rules. He even wanted to tie Gu Nianji up with a rope to prevent her from running around. His colleagues were on guard with their guns. They looked back at the situation in the building and were also very worried. But a mission was a mission. Even if Hua Xiaoheng was in danger, they couldn't go save him because their mission was to send Gu Xiangguan to the plane. Go! The people next to Yin Shixiang pushed Gu Nianji. There's no time. Gu Nianji was pushed forward by them. She staggered forward but still kept looking back in the direction of the building. Hua Xiaoheng had noticed that the gunmen had suddenly surrounded the back of the building. He knew that Yin Shixiang and the others had been discovered. He immediately made a decision to run between the windows of the building to let people see him. As expected, the gunmen downstairs discovered him and immediately changed their route. They only sent a few people to the back of the building to investigate. Most of them ran into the building. Hua Xiaoheng immediately started a gun battle with them inside the building. It was like street fighting during World War II. This was the world of snipers. Every shot hit an enemy, and every shot was fired in a different place. Hua Xiaoheng retreated from the third floor. He killed as many gunmen as he could while retreating downstairs. At the same time, he left enough detonators and explosives at the corners of the stairs. When he reached the exit of the first floor, Hua Xiaoheng turned around and fired wildly. The beam at the exit was riddled with holes. Soon, it collapsed with a crash, and the fallen bricks buried half of the exit. The gunmen chasing after him saw that the exit in front was blocked. They immediately turned around and ran to the back exit. Hua Xiaoheng had already calculated the time. As soon as he ran out of the front exit of the building, he detonated the remote-controlled explosives in his hands. Boom! 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 An even louder explosion reverberated through the sky. A black mushroom cloud rose at the highest point. It was like a ferocious demon looking down on the earth. Gu Nianji and Yin Shixiang turned around together. They saw the huge explosion had caused the building to collapse. An exquisite and quiet three-story building had been reduced to ashes in front of them. Gu Nianji covered her mouth with her hand. Tears flowed uncontrollably. She desperately wanted to run back to find Hua Xiaoheng. Even if it was only his remains, Yin Shixiang and the two men couldn't hold Gu Nianji back. They were sweating profusely when they suddenly saw the smoke and fire in the nearby building. A tall figure stood up. He held an AMR in one hand and a semi-automatic submachine gun in the other. He walked out of the smoke and dust. The fire became the backdrop for his rise. He was like a god of war walking out of the sea of fire and explosion. He stood between heaven and earth. Gu Nianji wiped her tears with the back of her hand in disbelief. Her eyes were blurry, but she couldn't see who the person in front of her was. Her vision was extremely blurry. Tears streamed down her face. She wiped them again and again with her hand. Her face was dyed black and white like a kitten. But she couldn't care less. She watched as Hua Xiaoheng walked to her side and walked past her. He ordered everyone, "What are you waiting for? Retreat now. Let's go." Yin Shixiang ran out first. His colleagues from the Special Operations Forces followed. Let's go. Hua Xiaoheng pushed Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji quickly ran forward. Hua Xiaoheng held the sniper rifle to cover their retreat. After rushing out of the building, they discovered that the entire hospital was in chaos. Patients, doctors, and nurses were running everywhere. No one knew what had happened. They were all screaming for help. Some hid in the wards, some hid in the woods, and some ran out of the hospital. The hospital guards were nowhere to be seen. Hua Xiaoheng and his men took advantage of the chaos to leave the hospital. They got into the jeeps they had parked nearby and sped to the airport. Gu Yanran's motorcade brushed past their car on the road. Something's wrong. Gu Yanran turned around and stared at the cars that had driven away. She then looked at the thick smoke billowing in the direction of the hospital. I'm afraid we're too late. Go to the hospital to see what happened. You and him follow me to the airport. Now. Immediately. Gu Yanran ordered decisively. She took the other two cars and U-turned on the road to chase after the jeeps that had driven out earlier. This is the second chapter, 3,300 words. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is New Year's Eve. Wish everyone a happy New Year. Who knows how many people are still reading novels on New Year's Eve? Did everyone receive the red envelopes from lunch? There will be more tomorrow at noon. Chapter 525. Hua Xiaoheng's jeep sped all the way and split into several identical jeeps at the exit of the highway. They drove in different directions to confuse the enemy. The car that was actually carrying Gu Xiangwen and Gu Nianji turned into a small road and took a shortcut to the airport. The enemy pursuing them was indeed confused and chased the Special Operations Forces camouflage car for a long time. They only realized they had been tricked when the car fell off the cliff. There was no one driving the car at all. It was a remote-controlled autonomous car, and the driver was a fake person. Of course, after falling off the cliff, the car and the fake person sank into the sea, so the enemy had no way of knowing the truth. We were tricked. The group of people gritted their teeth and returned to the hospital. Gu Yanran's car chased the camouflage car for a while and felt that something was wrong. She immediately said to her subordinates, "Stop chasing. Go straight to the airport." Her intuition told her that Hua Xiaoheng had taken her father away. As for how they did it, she would only know after her subordinates went to the hospital. Gu Yanran's antique Rolls-Royce Phantom was a modified bulletproof car. It was huge and much longer than normal cars, so it was very eye-catching on the highway. Seeing such a car, everyone consciously made way for it. Therefore, Gu Yanran had a smooth journey to the airport. When she arrived at the airport, her subordinates had just arrived at the hospital and were looking for the director and Gu Xiangwen's caretaker, as well as the relevant staff in the inpatient department to understand the situation. The hospital was still in a mess, and communications had just been restored. After they called the police were still mobilizing the police force. There were only 600 soldiers in the country's regular army and less than 100 police officers. Even if all of them came, it wouldn't be enough. The fire engine had already arrived and was putting out the fire with a hose. No one was free to answer their questions. Gu Yanran arrived at the airport and went straight to the airport control center after getting out of the car. She could practically do whatever she wanted in Barbados, so she was also a VIP at the airport. She entered the control center like she was in a deserted area. The supervisor at the control center hurried over to greet her. The airport's air traffic controllers also came over to greet her. Gu Yanran nodded slightly at them and said, "I have something to trouble everyone with." "Miss Gu, please tell us." "As long as it's within our capabilities, we'll definitely do it immediately." The supervisor of the control center quickly fawned over her. "What do you want us to do for you?" Gu Yanran looked at the panoramic view of the airport outside the control tower and said in a low voice, "I want you to stop all flight and landing plans to give me time. I want to find someone very important to me. Ah. Stop all flights. Furthermore, it has to stop landing." The supervisor in the control center was stunned. This request was a little too much. Gu Yanran took a step forward and said anxiously to the supervisor, "My father has been taken away by someone. He might have to board those planes. I can't let them take my father away. Therefore, you must order all flights to be grounded. I, Gu Yanran, will bear all the consequences for you." With that, she stuffed a thick envelope into the man's hand. That person's heart was on fire. What a thick stack of money! Just by feeling the texture, he could tell that it was a dollar bill. I'll give it a try. The supervisor nodded pretentiously. "I hope it won't cause too much chaos. However, Miss Gu's father has been kidnapped. This is a serious emergency, no less than a terrorist attack on our Barbados airport. Therefore, I order all flights to be grounded. All flights entering Barbados will be temporarily diverted to Cuba and wait for further notice." The supervisor's order was passed to every air traffic control personnel in the control center. Although everyone was a little surprised, since it was related to the Gu family, they tacitly agreed to the seriousness of the matter. Gu Yanran crossed her arms and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the control tower. Looking at the endless blue sky in front of her, her heart was burning with anxiety. Even her fingers were trembling slightly. Just as Gu Yanran's subordinates were searching for traces of Hua Xiaoheng and the others frame by frame in front of the airport control center's surveillance footage, a loud rumble suddenly came from the airport outside. A large passenger plane was gliding and was about to enter the airport's runway and take off. Gu Yanran's eyes widened and she suddenly put down her arms. She walked in front of the supervisor in the control center and said coldly, "Didn't I order all your flights to be grounded? What's going on with that plane?" The supervisor was also very surprised. He quickly looked up the information on the plane and said to Gu Yanran, "Miss Gu, this is a Huaxia Empire plane. They have a special permit, so they can take off." What he meant was that he didn't have the authority to control Huaxia Empire planes. Gu Yanran was furious. Clenching her fists, her slender phoenix eyes widened. "What did you say? This is on Barbados soil, not the Huaxia Empire. Can't you have some guts?" "Miss Gu, this isn't a matter of guts. This is a matter of authority. We don't have the authority, so our orders can only be issued to the planes we can control. We can't do anything about the ones we can't control." Although the supervisor had taken Gu Yanran's money, he had no choice. It wasn't within his authority, so he couldn't neglect his duties even if he wanted to. Gu Yanran took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress her anger. She looked out the window and quickly thought of a solution. "How about this? Quickly sound the hurricane warning. According to the regulations, if there are signs of a hurricane, all flights will be grounded." There were indeed dark clouds in the sky outside. Calling it a hurricane was too much, but it was more like a thunderstorm. However, whether it was a hurricane or a thunderstorm was within the control of the control center. Even if it turned out to be a thunderstorm later, it would be within the normal error range of the weather forecast. It wouldn't be considered as the control center overstepping its authority to ground the Huaxia Empire planes. Okay. The supervisor was overjoyed and accepted Gu Yanran's suggestion. He immediately sounded the orange warning. This time, it was a hurricane warning. All planes, including Huaxia Empire planes with special flight rights, had to be grounded. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng sat in the first-class cabin with Gu Xiangwen. In fact, almost half of the people on the plane were from the Special Operations Forces. Because Hu Xiaoheng had mobilized almost all the elites of the Special Operations Forces in South America for this operation, this meant that these people had already been exposed and couldn't stay here. They had to return to the Huaxia Empire. Therefore, this plane could be considered a charter plane for the Special Operations Forces. Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangze, Chen Lai, and Yi Zitan were also in the first-class cabin. Chen Lai and Yi Zitan took care of Gu Xiangwen and Zhao Liangze at the same time. Zhao Liangze's condition was very good. He recovered quickly and didn't have any sequelae. Gu Xiangwen was different. He was in a vegetative state and was blocked by gunmen when they took him out of the hospital. Chen Lai didn't use the stretcher that he had carefully prepared. His medicine supply was interrupted for a while, so his condition worsened. As Chen Lai measured Gu Xiangwen's vital signs, he shook his head. The medical standards in Barbados are too poor. They can't even provide basic nutrition. Even a real plant is almost at the end of its life, let alone a vegetative person. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He sat by the window, his vigilant gaze still fixed on the outside. As long as the plane didn't take off, he couldn't relax. Gu Nianji's seat was next to Hu Xiaoheng, but she didn't sit in her own seat. Instead, she followed Chen Lai and Yi Zitan to take care of Zhao Liangze and Gu Xiangwen. The plane's engine rumbled loudly. The plane had already begun gliding and was about to enter the airport's runway. However, after a short while, the plane stopped. Hu Xiaoheng silently stood up and strode to the pilot's cockpit. What happened? Why did the plane stop? Hu Xiaoheng asked in a low voice. Our plane has special flight rights. We can ignore them. Earlier, when the airport control center suddenly ordered all flights to stop, Hu Xiaoheng knew that someone was chasing them. However, he didn't care because their plane had special flight rights from Huaxia Airlines and could take off at any time. But why did it stop now? Sir, the Barbados airport issued an orange weather alert. There's a hurricane coming. The pilot in the cockpit quickly explained to Hu Xiaoheng. Look, hurricane. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and looked at the sky through the cockpit's transparent window. It was indeed covered in dark clouds. However, Barbados was a rainforest country. Thunderstorms were common. Of course, hurricanes were also common. Should he forcefully take off and leave Barbados immediately? Or should he wait and see if there really was a hurricane? Hu Xiaoheng returned to the first-class cabin. Before he could figure it out, Gu Yanran had already brought her people to the Huaxia Airlines plane. I want to see Mr. Hua. Gu Yanran held the walkie-talkie and connected to the cockpit of the Huaxia Airlines plane. She said to the captain, I'm Gu Yanran. Please let Mr. Hua come down to speak. The captain was silent for a while. Mr. Hua. May I ask which Mr. Hua is this? There are many people on the plane. If I only said Mr. Hua, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find him. I advise you not to play word games with me, Gu Yanran said word by word. I didn't say his name because I don't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, Mr. Hua took my father illegally. If I reveal his name, the Huaxia Empire will be the one humiliated. The captain listened to Gu Yanran's threat without batting an eyelid. He understood that she was well aware of Hu Xiaoheng's identity and that there was indeed a vegetable on the plane that they had picked up from Barbados. Putting down the walkie-talkie, the captain personally went to the first-class cabin to see Hu Xiaoheng. Chief, there's a Miss Gu outside. She specifically wants to see you. She said you illegally took her father. Of course, the captain didn't think what Hu Xiaoheng did was illegal. He was only repeating Gu Yanran's words. Illegally. If she says it's illegal, then it's illegal. Is she the law of Barbados? How shameless. Gu Nianji heard it from the side and stood up. Hu Xiao, I'll go down to see her. Hu Xiaoheng also stood up. His expression was calm. Let's go together. Since he couldn't leave, he would lay his cards on the table. This is the first 3,000-word update. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is the first day of the new year. Happy New Year, everyone. Have you had dumplings? Thank you to Mama Sure for the Hesperian Jade yesterday. Thank you to Enigmaanxi for the Hesperian Jade yesterday. Mwah. Mwah, let's add one more update at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General's office at noon to get a red packet. Just click to the end of the chapter and read the password. Chapter 526. The cabin door of the Huaxia Airlines passenger plane slowly opened, and a tall and imposing man walked out. He looked up, and his impeccably handsome face was like a white light that illuminated the slightly gloomy sky. The people below the plane couldn't help but look away, afraid to look at the tall man standing at the cabin door. The man was Hu Xiaoheng, and Gu Nianji followed him out of the cabin. She stood beside Hu Xiaoheng and glanced down. Gu Yanran's eyes were dark and bottomless. Her gaze didn't fall on Hu Xiaoheng, but on Gu Nianji, who was standing beside him. Their eyes met in the air, and they looked at each other silently. Hu Xiaoheng led Gu Nianji down the temporary stairs and stopped not far from Gu Yanran. "Miss Gu, may I ask why you were looking for us?" Gu Nianji was the first to speak. She smiled sweetly, and her large eyes blinked. Her long eyelashes seemed to have the power to enchant people like butterfly wings. However, Gu Yanran was unmoved. She looked away from Gu Nianji to Hu Xiaoheng and said in a low voice, "Mr. Hu, may I ask why you illegally took my father away from the hospital?" Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and didn't say a word. He only raised his chin slightly and looked into the distance. He didn't look at Gu Yanran. "Illegally?" It was Gu Nianji who spoke again. "Miss Gu, what evidence do you have to prove that we did so illegally? Then you admit that you took my father away." Gu Yanran instinctively caught the loophole in Gu Nianji's words and immediately retorted. "Isn't that illegal? Miss Gu, we took old Master Gu away because you entrusted us to do so. Secondly, we followed the hospital's regulations and went through the legal procedures to take old Master Gu out of the hospital. How can you accuse us of illegally right off the bat?" Gu Nianji spread her hands and looked like she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Yanran's eyes narrowed, and she retorted, "Yes, I entrusted Mr. Hu to take my father to your country, but not now. We didn't even agree on a time. Mr. Hu, am I right? Secondly, without me, how did you go through the legal procedures to take my father out of the hospital? The hospital is now in a sea of fire, like hell on earth. Isn't it irrefutable evidence that you took my father away by force?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled and coughed noncommittally. He looked at Gu Nianji and gestured for her to continue. Gu Nianji was encouraged, and her reasoning became more fluent. "First of all, you said that the time hasn't been set, but I said that the time has been set. On this point, we both have our own opinions, so let's put it aside for now. Secondly, of course, we went through the legal procedures according to the rules of the hospital. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital to check. According to the rules of the hospital, only immediate family members can take my father out of the hospital." Gu Yanran crossed her arms and smiled. She looked at Gu Nianji warmly and looked like she had already won. She was not as aggressive as she had been earlier. "I'm the only direct relative of my father left in this world, and I definitely did not come out to receive my father from the hospital. So how are you going to explain the legal procedures? Gu Nianji, I advise you to stop being so stubborn and unreasonable." "I'm resisting stubbornly and twisting words." Gu Nianji laughed softly. Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell. Hu Xiaoheng looked up and was about to say something when Gu Yanran's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw that it was one of the subordinates she had sent to the hospital. There was also a text message telling her to answer the phone no matter what because they had important news to report. Gu Yanran hesitated and said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Excuse me, I have to take this call." She held the phone and walked to the side to face Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. She put the phone to her ear and said, "Speaking." The person on the other side of the phone immediately said anxiously, "The director here said that they found your sister, and it was your sister who personally took old Master Gu out of the hospital." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Yanran was furious, and the veins on her neck bulged. She lowered her voice and squeezed out the words through her teeth. "What sister? How can they believe such a third-rate lie? Our corporation invests so much money into their hospital every year, but they only support a bunch of idiots." She was so angry that she almost fainted. However, the person on the other side of the phone continued to explain to her what had happened that day. "They brought government identification documents to prove that Miss Gu is your sister and also old Master Gu's immediate family. She requested to take old Master Gu out of the hospital, and according to regulations, the hospital must agree." Gu Yanran's hand trembled. "What? Miss Gu, you mean Gu Nianji?" Her suspicious eyes moved to Gu Nianji, who was standing beside Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji looked much more mature in her camouflage hunting clothes, but her large eyes were still clear and pure like an 18-year-old girl's. Turning her back to Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, Gu Yanran calmed down and said to the person on the other side of the phone, "What evidence do they have? Do you know?" The person on the other side of the phone immediately said, "I scanned the documents. Would Miss Gu like to see it? Send it to me." Gu Yanran put the phone away and turned to look at Gu Nianji. Her dark eyes were bottomless. Gu Nianji had already heard bits and pieces of what Gu Yanran had said, so she knew it was a call from the hospital. If she had already established contact with them, then what happened at the hospital could no longer be hidden from her. Gu Nianji didn't want to hide it either. She looked at Gu Yanran and tilted her head slightly. Spreading her hands, she said, "Although I don't have much of an impression of you, unfortunately, I happen to be Gu Nianji from the Gu family. Gu Xiangwen is my father, so I can legally take him out of the hospital." "Are you surprised?" "That's impossible," Gu Yanran blurted out. She looked Gu Nianji up and down again, her eyes cautious and uncertain. "You don't look anything like my sister when she was young. What's the point of a DNA test if we can only rely on our eyes?" Gu Nianji snorted and took out the 2 photocopies of identification she had prepared. "Here, look. These data prove that I am Gu Nianji from the Gu family. Gu Xiangwen's daughter, Gu Nianji. Do you still have any doubts?" Gu Yanran still stared at Gu Nianji and took the photocopies from her in disbelief. There were signatures from the dentist and doctor, proving that the Gu Nianji in front of her was the same person as her sister, Gu Nianji, who had gone missing on the Caribbean Sea 7 years ago. Gu Yanran skimmed through the data and proof and stumbled back a few steps. She looked up and stared at Gu Nianji. Her expression was a mixture of sadness and joy. It was indescribable. Gu Nianji waited quietly for a while before saying calmly, "So, Mrs. Gu, we did not illegally take my father away. It is only right and proper for a daughter to take her father out of the hospital." "A daughter takes her father out of the hospital?" Gu Yanran repeated Gu Nianji's words in a murmur. Her expression was so nervous that it was a little stiff. She continued to stare at Gu Nianji. If her gaze had substance, Gu Nianji's face would have been pierced through. "Yes, the daughter is a direct relative. According to the hospital's rules, she can take him out of the hospital." Gu Nianji was still not used to calling Gu Xiangwen father, so she vaguely used he instead. Gu Yanran's body was still trembling. She looked in Gu Nianji's direction, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of her eyes. However, it quickly disappeared in the darkening sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a rapid thunderstorm was imminent. "Mrs. Gu, it's going to rain soon. If you still can't accept the fact that I am Gu Nianji from the Gu family, you can go back and digest this. You don't have to stand here in the rain. Okay, we have to get back to the plane and get ready to leave. Gu Nianji nodded at Gu Yanran and turned to follow Hua Xiaoheng to the plane. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word from beginning to end. He stood to the side like a bystander, but he saw everything. Gu Yanran looked down at the data and proof again. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't believe her eyes, and the expression on her face was indecipherable. Could she really be Nianji? Could her sister really be back? This is the second update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 527. Nian. Nianji. You're really my sister Nianji. But you don't look like you did when you were little. Gu Yanran took a step closer to Gu Nianji and slowly reached out to touch her cheek. Gu Nianji instinctively tilted her head and took a step back. She didn't want Gu Yanran to touch her face. Gu Yanran's hand paused in mid-air for a moment before falling. Her eyes were instantly filled with tears. Nianji. Are you really Nianji? Gu Yanran asked again, her face full of shock. After a while, she closed her eyes as if she was slowly recovering from the shock. The incredulous expression slowly faded and was replaced by an indescribably complex expression. She opened her eyes and looked at Gu Nianji as if she had never seen her before and wanted to carve her face into her heart. The expression on his face slowly became excited again, like a family member who had just reunited after a long time, and was afraid to acknowledge him as he approached his hometown. In just a few minutes, Gu Yanran's emotions seemed to have gone through a roller coaster ride. Gu Nianji saw this and her tense expression relaxed. She nodded and her voice softened. This evidence already proves that I am the Gu Nianji of the Gu family. As for looks, no one can guarantee that they will grow up to look exactly the same as when they were little, right? Therefore, Miss Gu using this reason to deny that I am the Gu Nianji of the Gu family doesn't seem to be a good enough reason. No, I didn't mean to deny it. I was just too shocked and happy. Gu Yanran's tears kept falling as she looked at Gu Nianji with mixed emotions. Nianji, where have you been all these years? What happened all those years ago? How did you? Gu Yanran looked at Hua Xiaoheng beside Gu Nianji. According to what she knew, Gu Nianji had grown up with Hua Xiaoheng, but Hua Xiaoheng was a soldier of the Huaxia Empire. Where did he meet Gu Nianji? Hua Xiaoheng finally said calmly, we'll talk about what happened all those years ago in the future. If Miss Gu doesn't object, our plane is about to take off. Gu Yanran's eyes dimmed as she looked back and forth between Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng. Finally, she sighed deeply and said, Mr. Hua, even if Nianji really is my sister, what you're doing is too unkind. Nianji is my sister, but the person you took away was my father. Have you ever thought about how I feel as a daughter? The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up as he casually stuck one hand in his trouser pocket and held Gu Nianji's arm with the other. He smiled at Gu Yanran. If it weren't for the fact that Miss Gu refused to go, we wouldn't have to resort to this. Alright, now that Miss Gu has acknowledged Nianji's identity, there's no more misunderstanding. Can we go now? Gu Yanran gripped her small handbag tightly, the veins on the back of her hand bulging. Would it be useful for her to say no at this time? No matter how high her status was in Barbados, in the eyes of the Huaxia Empire, even the governor of Barbados was nothing, let alone her. They shouldn't have lived in seclusion in such a small country. Gu Yanran suppressed the regret and dissatisfaction in her heart and nodded. She said slowly, okay, since Mr. Hua insists and we have an agreement, you can take my father away first. But please allow me to investigate whether Gu Nianji is really my sister or not. After all, the Gus have a large business. Not everyone can enter just because they want to. However, Gu Nianji had never thought of returning to the Gu family to be the youngest daughter. She revealed her identity only to bring Gu Xiangwen back to the Hua Xia Empire legally. She raised a brow and smiled at Gu Yanran. You can investigate as long as you want, Miss Gu. After all, in Miss Gu's eyes, the Gus have a large business and are more important than my father. So we can take my father away, but it's not easy for me to enter the Gus. Is that what you mean? Gu Yanran was stunned but quickly smiled. Nianji, don't worry. I'll confirm it again and go to the Hua Xia Empire to find you soon. The Gus only have us two sisters, so we have to get along well. Take good care of my father. I'll go to the Hua Xia Empire after I settle things here. Gu Yanran compromised and actually allowed Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji to take Gu Xiangwen away. Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect this to be resolved so easily. He looked at Gu Yanran and bowed. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Gu. We'll meet again in the Hua Xia Empire. Okay, my father was taken away by you. I'll definitely go find you. Gu Yanran calmed down and took out a small wet wipe to wipe her tears. She smiled through her tears. Please leave your contact details, Mr. Hua. I don't want to go to the Hua Xia Empire and still have to look for you online. Gu Yanran was Gu Xiangwen's daughter, so they had to keep in touch with her. Hua Xiaoheng didn't object and called Yin Shixiang down. Leave your contact details for Miss Gu. We'll go first. Hua Xiaoheng put an arm around Gu Nianji's waist and nodded to Gu Yanran. He turned around and led Gu Nianji up the temporary stairs of the plane. Gu Yanran looked away from Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji and looked at the smiling Yin Shixiang. How long have you been planning this? It's all a coincidence. It's all a coincidence. How could there be planning? Yin Shixiang denied it, of course. He gave Gu Yanran the phone number of the Special Ops Public Relations Department. You only have to call this number to find me. Gu Yanran took the business card from Yin Shixiang and smiled at him. I'll definitely pay you a visit. My father is in your hands, so please take good care of him. Don't slack off. I have to check on him. Oh. Is that so? Yin Shixiang also smiled. He remembered Chen Lai had said that Gu Xiangwen was being taken care of to the point of death. He couldn't help but say, then you should quickly go to the hospital here to check. They've been taking care of your father to the point of death. What? How is that possible? Gu Yanran was so shocked that her expression changed. That hospital practically relies on our family's support to operate. How dare they? I don't know about that. Yin Shixiang said as he handed Gu Yanran a medical report that Chen Lai had asked him to bring down. This is the medical report our doctor just did on your father. Look at the health data and you'll know how the hospital takes care of your father. Gu Yanran took the medical report suspiciously and glanced at it quickly. The more she read, the darker her expression became. Finally, she clenched her teeth and almost tore the report to pieces. How dare they? She bowed to Yin Shixiang. Please take good care of my father. Please. Yin Shixiang was shocked. He didn't expect Gu Yanran, who had come so aggressively to arrest them, to give up so easily. I'm going to investigate Miss Gu's identity now. Also, that hospital. If they really treated my father like this, I'll make them pay. Gu Yanran's fair face was flushed, and her hands were still trembling. It was obvious that she was still shocked by this sudden development. Her little sister who had been missing for almost 7 years had suddenly reappeared. She was already a grown woman. She must be feeling very emotional, right? Gu Yanran turned and hurried away with her people. Yin Shixiang looked at Gu Yanran's lonely figure as she walked in the middle of the crowd. His impression of her changed a lot. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng returned to the plane. They were also not used to the situation just now. She actually let us go. Gu Nianji muttered to herself. She propped her head on her seat and stared blankly at the scenery outside the plane window. Hua Xiaoheng sat next to her and turned to look at her. Don't think about it. It would have ended the same way even if she didn't agree. I think she just knows how to adapt to the circumstances. A wise man submits to the circumstances. She knew that she couldn't fight them head-on now. Could she go against the entire Huaxia Empire by herself? In my opinion, your sister is very realistic. She doesn't waste her time and immediately changes direction when things go south. She is indeed a qualified businesswoman. Hua Xiaoheng picked up a business magazine in the first-class cabin and flipped through it. He had a better opinion of Gu Yanran. Gu Nianji leaned against the railing of her seat and said quietly, "You're already calling her sister." "I haven't even called her that yet." Hua Xiaoheng flipped a page of the magazine nonchalantly and said in a low voice, "Whether you admit it or not, legally, she is your sister. So you have to quickly adjust your attitude." Logic was logic, but Gu Nianji felt uncomfortable hearing it from Hua Xiaoheng's mouth. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and pouted. "Then whose side are you on?" "Father, I'm involved too." Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her and pinched her delicate little nose. "Do I even need to say whose side I'm on?" Big Xiong was right. "You're a little heartless girl." Yin Shixiang, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation from the front row, wished he could slide under his seat. He felt wrong that he had to be implicated even when he was eavesdropping. Gu Nianji finally smiled and moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng. She whispered, "Then how will Hua Xiao punish me?" Her sweet and soft voice had a seductive quality to it. Hua Xiaoheng's heart tightened. He continued flipping the magazine nonchalantly and said, "Punish you? We'll talk about it when we get back. I'll write it down first." Gu Nianji was about to speak again when the captain's voice came over the plane's PA system. He told everyone to fasten their seatbelts because the plane was about to take off. Gu Nianji quickly sat down and didn't speak. After the plane took off, it quickly soared into the clouds and flew towards the Huaxia Empire using the shortest route. The flight took more than 10 hours and crossed more than half the world before finally landing at the Huaxia Empire's capital airport. As soon as the plane stabilized, Hua Xiaoheng had arranged for members of the Special Operations Forces with ambulances and large vans to be on standby in front of the plane. They disembarked from the plane and didn't go through customs. They directly took the Special Operations Forces car out of the airport and drove to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. General Ji and Speaker Long, as well as Minister Bai, who was currently replacing Prime Minister Dou in the Huaxia Empire, were already waiting for them at the headquarters. "This is Gu Xiangwen." General Ji walked up excitedly to look at the emaciated and motionless Gu Xiangwen lying on the mobile stretcher. "This is the first update of 3,000 words. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is the second day of the new year. Happy New Year, everyone. What are we eating today? Thank you to Xiao Yi for kissing the Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General's office at noon to get your red packet. Just click to the end of the chapter and read the password." Chapter 528. Speaker Long and Minister Bai walked over and stood on either side of General Ji. They looked curiously at Gu Xiangwen, who was lying on the stretcher. "Yes, he hasn't woken up yet. We need to rush him to the ward for emergency treatment." Chen Lai followed closely behind the stretcher. He nodded at General Ji, Speaker Long, and Minister Bai before quickly ordering for Gu Xiangwen to be wheeled away. Hua Xiaoheng stayed behind to report the trip to Barbados to the three chiefs. "So, someone wants Gu Xiangwen's life in Barbados." Speaker Long frowned. "What exactly happened? Did you find out?" No, we didn't have enough time. Our mission this time is to bring Gu Xiangwen back, so we can't complicate things. Hua Xiaoheng sat down in front of the three chiefs of the empire. I also need to report to you about the situation in Barbados. General Ji nodded, his hands clasped together on the conference table. Wearing his reading glasses, he lowered his head and looked at Hua Xiaoheng over the top of his glasses. Tell me, why did you almost get into trouble in Barbados? General Ji was shocked when he called in the middle of the night to urgently request for a helicopter from the Cuban military. Hua Xiaoheng was the successor he had painstakingly trained. He couldn't let him die in a small place like Barbados without knowing why. That incident had a lot to do with Gu Xiangwen. Hua Xiaoheng began to describe the electric fence in the blue hole near the Goose Island. We and the United States are the two countries with the furthest research on electric fences, but neither is as good as Gu Xiangwen's electric fence. Or, I should say, it's far inferior. How far? Minister Bai asked gravely. We can't underestimate ourselves. It's not a matter of underestimating ourselves. Let's put it this way. The electric fence we're researching now is like the peak technology of the cold weapon era, while Gu Xiangwen's electric fence is nuclear weapon technology. That's the difference. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. After a while, Speaker Long said hoarsely, "Are you sure? You're not exaggerating. The electric fence is still in the blue hole. If you don't believe me, you can test it yourself." Hua Xiaoheng didn't continue to explain. The power of a weapon could only be seen by those who had seen it with their own eyes. Those who had never seen it would not be able to understand it with words and imagination alone. General Ji and Speaker Long looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. Minister Bai knocked on the conference table and said, "We should send someone over to take a look. Since it's so important, we can't give up on Barbados." Gu Yanran finally agreed to let us bring Gu Xiangwen back to the Xia Empire. She continued to investigate Gu Nianji's background in Barbados. The Barbados government has provided identification, but Gu Yanran still wants to check it herself. It's no wonder. It's normal for her to be cautious about such an important matter. Minister Bai said gently, "But has Gu Nianji's identity been confirmed?" "Yes, she is Gu Xiangwen's youngest daughter. We have already obtained Gu Xiangwen's youngest daughter Gu Nianji's medical and dental records in Barbados. At the same time, we did a DNA test based on the blood sample she left with the family doctor in Barbados. It proves that her DNA is identical to the youngest daughter of the Gu family in Barbados. This proves that she is the youngest daughter of the Gu family in Barbados who went missing 7 years ago." Hua Xiaoheng took out the identification and passport issued by the Barbados government. Gu Nianji is now considered a Barbadian, but since she and her father, Gu Xiangwen, have made great contributions to the Xia Empire, I propose that Gu Nianji become a Xia citizen. The Xia Empire was not a country of immigration, so it was very difficult for foreigners to naturalize and become citizens. For decades, the Xia Empire had only accepted less than 500 foreigners to become citizens. Most of these people were foreign talents who had made special contributions to the Xia Empire, and most of them were of Chinese descent. You can apply for this, and we will consider it. Minister Bai was now in charge of the cabinet government, so he was in charge of the naturalization of foreign citizens. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and leaned back in his chair. He looked at Minister Bai leisurely. "How long will it take?" "I remember that if the conditions are met, there is a special processing time for this kind of situation." Minister Bai shook his head. "These things have their own established procedures. Xiaoheng, I really can't give you a specific time." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at General Ji. General Ji shook his head slightly, so he didn't continue to ask. After understanding the situation, Speaker Long and Minister Bai left the Special Operations Forces headquarters. General Ji stayed behind. The Special Operations Forces had always been directly under the military, so General G had more control over it. General G, you have to urge them about Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng and General G walked to the Special Operations Forces medical building together. It was almost summer, and the path leading to the medical building was covered by greenery. The trees on the side of the road were verdant, and unknown wildflowers exuded their fragrance. From time to time, the crisp chirping of birds broke the silence of the base. General G laughed and teased Hu Xiaoheng. Minister Bai didn't say he wouldn't agree. Why are you in such a hurry? We saved her by a hair's breadth. Don't let those bureaucrats waste precious opportunities. Hu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and said meaningfully. Gu Yanran isn't someone who will give up easily. She's still confirming Nianji's identity. Once it's confirmed, she will definitely come to the Xia Empire to declare her sovereignty. You mean she will ask Gu Xiangwen and Gu Nianji to return to the Gu family? General Ji understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant and immediately said, then there's no need to say anything. I'll go discuss it with Old Long right away. The Senate has special authority regarding naturalization. If the Senate has already approved it, Old Bai's cabinet can't do anything about it. Hu Xiaoheng wanted a quick end to the battle. Gu Nianji's identity had been dragged on for too long. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the problem in one go, who knew how much trouble there would be in the future? General Ji left the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces and went to Speaker Long's Senate to have a secret discussion with him for nearly 2 hours. In the evening, when the Ministry of the Interior was about to close, they received a call from the Senate saying that the Senate had just passed a special vote to accept 2 foreigners for naturalization. The relevant departments of the Ministry of the Interior were to immediately process the procedures without delay. The Department of the Interior in charge of naturalization was in an uproar. They had never encountered such a situation before. Although the Senate had the final authority, they had never exercised it before. This was the first time they had made an exception for Gu Xiangwen and Gu Nianji. Gu Xiangwen's value was too great, and Gu Nianji's blueprints from 7 years ago were enough to qualify as a person with special contributions. The relevant departments of the Ministry of the Interior immediately worked overtime to process the naturalization procedures for Gu Xiangwen and Gu Nianji. Official documents were sent out and stamped one by one. When they finally gathered on Minister Bai's desk, it was already the early hours of the next morning. Minister Bai saw that it was a special letter from Speaker Long and didn't obstruct it. He signed it with a flourish. From then on, Gu Nianji and Gu Xiangwen became citizens of the Huaxia Empire with Huaxia imperial passports and identification cards. Gu Nianji's trip to Barbados was extremely tiring. After returning, she went to her room to rest and slept for almost 24 hours. When she finally woke up, she looked at the light of dawn outside the window. She had a feeling that she didn't know what day it was. When she fell asleep, it seemed to be the first light of dawn. She didn't expect to wake up at this time. How long had she slept? Gu Nianji stretched and lifted the blankets to get out of bed. Just as she put on her shoes, she saw a burgundy booklet on the bedside table from the corner of her eye. She reached out to take it and saw that it was a new Huaxia imperial passport. Gu Nianji's name and photo were on it. Underneath the passport was a new identification card. It was different from the one she used before. What did this mean? Gu Nianji flipped the passport and identification card over and over again. Hu Xiaoheng knocked on the door and walked in. Seeing that she was finally awake, he said, "Hurry up and get up. Are you hungry? Breakfast is downstairs in the dining room." Gu Nianji held up the passport and identification card for Hu Xiaoheng to see. "Hu Xiao, what does this mean?" "Yeah, this is your new passport and identification card." Hu Xiaoheng sat down on the armchair beside her bed. "Your identity has been restored. You are now a naturalized citizen of our country." So her previous passport and identification card were invalid. Gu Nianji gasped and scratched her head. She smiled sheepishly. I didn't think that even my identity would change after I woke up from my sleep. Aren't you happy? Hua Xiaoheng was a bit surprised. Your current identity is the one with the real legal effect. Then I used a fake passport and identification card before. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. Why didn't you wait for me to wake up and ask me? You were sleeping too soundly, so I didn't wake you up. Hua Xiaoheng originally wanted to tell her that he had already prepared the marriage report as soon as the new passport and identification card were ready. He had just received the news that the military had begun a background check on Gu Nianji. However, seeing her listless expression, he swallowed his words. This is the second update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 529. How long did I sleep? Gu Nianji hugged her knees as she sat on the bed and wrapped a thin blanket around herself. Her eyes were still a bit sleepy. Not too long, right? Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch and replied dryly, 1 day and 1 night. Not too long indeed. Her experience in Barbados had been too stressful. She had also been hit by the electric arcs in the Blue Hole's waters. It had caused some damage to her body, and flying for more than 10 hours was too draining. That was why she was so lethargic after returning. Sleep was also one of the body's self-healing functions. Chen Lai came to see Gu Nianji and said she was fine. She had just fallen asleep, so Hua Xiaoheng didn't ask anyone to wake her up. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes and mumbled, it's only been 1 day and 1 night. She was getting more and more daring to complain in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and stood up. Clean up first. I have a meeting today. Your father has already been admitted to the military's general hospital. Chen Lai is taking care of him. If you want to see him, you can look for Chen Lai or Dr. Yi. Gu Nianji froze. She put down her hand and looked at Hua Xiaoheng for a while. Hua Xiao, you're leaving already. Yeah, I still have a meeting in the morning. Hua Xiaoheng was worried about her, so he came to see her and wake her up. Gu Nianji's eyes showed a hint of reluctance to part, but she didn't say it out loud. She only looked at Hua Xiaoheng steadily. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and leaned forward to kiss her forehead. Be a good girl. Get up and eat breakfast. We have to go to school soon. He left as soon as he finished speaking. He was clean and didn't show any reluctance. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng's back as he left her bedroom step by step. He opened the door and finally heard the sound of the door closing. His back disappeared through the door. He left just like that. Gu Nianji sat on the bed for a while and looked at her watch to see it was only 7 a.m. She slowly got up and went to the bathroom to shower. She came out to do a skin treatment on purpose. When she went down, Hua Xiaoheng was no longer in the dining room, just as she expected. Of course, it took her almost an hour to go downstairs. Zhao Liangzi was sitting in the dining room reading the news on his iPad. When he saw her come in, he put down the iPad and pointed to the seat across from him. He smiled and said, Nianji, have a seat. There's millet porridge, beef buns, fried dough sticks, and noodles this morning. What would you like? Gu Nianji sat down across from him and took a fried dough stick. She cut it in half and ate it with the millet porridge. After eating for a while, she asked, has Hua Xiao left already? Yes, he left a long time ago. He left when he came downstairs. Zhao Liangzi picked up his iPad and continued to read the news. Without looking up, he said, Nianji, when do you plan to go to school? I'll see you off. Why do you have to give it to me? Gu Nianji didn't understand. Didn't Brother Fan always give it to me? Brother Fan took Hua Xiao to General Ji's place today. Big Xiong was busy and didn't come back, so I took him. Zhao Liangzi looked up at her and moved closer. What's wrong? You don't trust Brother Zay's driving skills? No. Gu Nianji chuckled and ate a few mouthfuls of fried dough stick. She finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Zay, did you know that my passport and ID have been changed? So I used to use fake IDs. Zhao Liangzi heard a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. He laughed guiltily and said, no matter how you change them, your name is the same. No one will get it mixed up. You can't say that. Gu Nianji frowned at Zhao Liangzi and tapped her slender fingers on the table. My ID number and passport number are all different. It feels like I've changed my identity. It's very uncomfortable, don't you know? Changed your identity. Zhao Liangzi carefully tried to figure out what Gu Nianji was thinking. You mean, you seem to be dissatisfied with your new identity? I'm not really dissatisfied. Gu Nianji sighed and propped her head on her hand. She didn't have the appetite to eat anymore. I just think that you should ask me first, right? Zhao Liangzi was even more amused. The little girl who had grown up with them was now starting to become independent. It was amusing to think about it. Okay, it's not a big deal. It's just changing my ID. Zhao Liangzi didn't understand why Gu Nianji was making such a big deal out of nothing. Okay, there are a lot of things to do. Hurry up and eat. I'll take you to school after. How many days of leave did you take? Won't the school make things difficult for you? Gu Nianji's thoughts turned to the school. She thought about it and said, I don't think so. Professor, he knows about it. Zhao Liangzi knew that He Zhichu had saved his life, so he had to make a special trip to thank him. Okay, I'll go with you and thank Professor He. Zhao Liangzi said as he showed Gu Nianji a bag of gifts he had prepared. It was a gift bag he had bought at the mall. There were flowers, fruits, and a low-key but luxurious gold pen. Gu Nianji gasped and caressed the gold pen. Brother Zay, you're so generous. This gold pen must be worth a lot. Zhao Liangzi knocked her head. Compared to your brother Zay's life, this gold pen is nothing. That's true. Gu Nianji nodded and said sincerely, Brother Zay, it's so good to see you're okay. Zhao Liangzi teased her for a long time but didn't mention thanking her for saving his life. He had wanted to see her act coquettishly and ask for a gift from him, but Gu Nianji didn't think about it at all. Zhao Liangzi was embarrassed. He took out another paper bag from under the table and handed it to her. Here, your brother Zay's life is really precious, so Nianji, your savior, should also give you a big gift to thank. Oh. I have one too. Gu Nianji was surprised and overjoyed. She didn't know where to put her hands. Her Mongol-like big eyes curved into two crescent moons, and her long eyelashes formed two soul-stirring arcs on her fair face. Her red lips formed a beautiful curve, and her smile bloomed. She was even more alluring than the most gorgeous begonia in spring. Of course you have one. Zhao Liangzi shook his head and reached out to ruffle Gu Nianji's hair. Nianji, you're so silly. Did you forget that you're my true savior? Me? Gu Nianji waved her hands. Brother Zay, don't feel pressured. You went to Barbados because of me. It's only right and proper for me to save you. Don't think of me as your savior. I'll be so ashamed. Nianji. Zhao Liangzi wanted to say that they would go to Barbados to get Gu Xiangguan back regardless of Gu Nianji's existence, but wouldn't that be too cruel? Zhao Liangzi changed his words. Nianji, going to Barbados was half for you and half for our mission. It's not right and proper for you to save me, and I can't take it for granted. So, please accept my gift of thanks. Otherwise, I'll be the one who will feel uncomfortable. Hearing Zhao Liangzi's words, Gu Nianji accepted the small paper bag and took out a small red velvet brocade box. Oh. What's this? This brocade box is so cute. Gu Nianji looked at the gift in her hands with delight. Women naturally had no resistance to delicate little things. Won't you know once you open it? Zhao Liangzi crossed his arms and looked at Gu Nianji's happy expression with satisfaction. He was very confident in Bai Yueran's taste. This gift was suggested by Bai Yueran when she came to visit him and heard that he wanted to buy a gift for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji opened the brocade box and saw a VCA 5-flower necklace inside. Unlike the jeweled flowers Hu Xiaoheng had bought for her before, this one was completely encrusted with diamonds. The diamonds weren't big, but the particles were full and clear. They were very transparent and inlaid into 5 small flowers. At first glance, it didn't look like much, but after a second glance, it was impossible to look away. This was probably what it felt like to be low-key and luxurious. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Brother Zhe, you're rich. Van Cleef and Arpels' 5-flower diamond necklace isn't cheap. It was more than 3 times more expensive than the 5-flower necklace Hu Xiaoheng had bought for her. She was very familiar with Van Cleef and Arpels' jewelry. However, the necklace Hu Xiaoheng had bought was suitable for young girls. The one Zhao Liangzi had bought was more suitable for mature women. I told you, your brother Zhe is rich. Zhao Liangzi put down his arms and leaned forward to look at Gu Nianji. He thanked her solemnly again. Nianji, thank you so much. When I was at the bottom of the blue hole's waters, I was really prepared to die. But who doesn't want to live? You saved me and gave me another chance to live. What's this little bit of money? I can even give you my life. Gu Nianji laughed and waved her hands. I'll take the necklace. I'll take it, okay. Brother Zhe, don't make it sound so serious. You're scaring me. Hee, you wouldn't have taken it if I didn't say that. Zhao Liangzi stood up. Let's go. I'll take you to school. Gu Nianji had left school in a hurry and had only brought her small bag. Her bag and suitcase were all in the dormitory, so it was convenient to only bring her small bag back. The two of them got into Zhao Liangzi's car and drove to the south gate of B University. At the same time, a private plane slowly landed at the Imperial Capital Airport. Gu Yanran sat in her private plane and looked at the misty morning at the Imperial Capital Airport through the window. Her expression was a bit blank. She had stayed in Barbados for an extra day and specifically looked for her and Gu Nianji's family doctor and dentist to investigate the dental models and blood samples. The doctors all confirmed that the data provided by Hu Xiaoheng was real and exactly the same as their test results. So the Gu Nianji in the Huaxia Empire was really her sister? But she had clearly gone out to sea 7 years ago. How did she go to the Huaxia Empire now? Gu Yanran held a photo of Gu Nianji when she was young and flipped it over. It really didn't look anything like her now. Miss Gu, you can enter now. Her newly hired housekeeper was a plump British woman in her 50s. She had been attending a housekeeper's school and came from a family of housekeepers. Gu Yanran had spent a lot of effort to hire her. She had paid double the market price to get her to sign the contract. Gu Yanran stood up and smiled at the housekeeper. Thank you, Mrs. James. Mrs. James also smiled. You're welcome, Miss Gu. Please. They alighted from their private plane and went through the customs procedures. Then they got into the car to pick up Gu Yanran and went to the villa Gu Yanran had bought. Gu Nianji arrived at school and first went to see He Zhichu with Zhao Liangzi to cancel her leave. You're back. He Zhichu looked at Gu Nianji carefully. Are you tired? Do you want to take a few more days off? No need, no need. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hands. I've had enough. Zhao Liangzi handed over his gift and said sincerely, Professor He, thank you for saving my life in Barbados. It's just a small gift. I hope you'll accept it. He Zhichu nodded and directly ordered Gu Nianji, Nianji, take it and put it in my room. Gu Nianji grunted and said, Professor do I have to do this too? You're my teaching assistant. My only teaching assistant. If you don't do this, who will? Hijichu's tone was matter-of-fact. His shimmering, sultry eyes were calm, and his cool voice sounded distant. Fine, you win. Gunyenji grumpily accepted Zhao Liang's gift and carried it to Hijichu's room to put it there. Zhao Liangzi chatted with Hijichu for a while more before saying to the room, Nianji, I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything. Gu Nianji quickly walked out to see that Zhao Liangzi had already left. She couldn't help but stomp her feet. Why are you leaving so fast? I still have things to ask him. What do you want to ask? Hijichu's tone was much gentler now that there were no outsiders around. Is your body really fine? No. Gu Nianji spun around in front of Hijichu. Everything is fine. I slept for a day and night, and all my injuries are healed. But... She looked at Hijichu and felt that she should tell him about this. After all, he was her instructor, and all the IDs registered at school had to be changed. So she told him. My passport and ID have been changed. I'm now a naturalized citizen of the Huaxia Empire. I'm an immigrant. I'm no longer the person I used to be. This was the first chapter of 3,700 words. She had to ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was already the end of the month, so please vote for your monthly votes. There would be an extra chapter at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General at noon to get your red envelopes. Just click to the end of the chapter and read the password. Chapter 530. Gu Nianji's eyes were a little gloomy. Although it wasn't obvious, Hijichu, who had been paying close attention to her, noticed it. What's wrong? It's just changing your ID. Why are you so upset? Hijichu pointed to the kitchen. Go make me a cup of coffee. You drink coconut juice. There's some in the fridge. Gu Nianji froze. I'll make coffee. She was so shocked that she almost forgot about her new passport and ID. Yes, if you don't do it, who will? If the master needs something, the disciple will do it for him. Isn't that what you said? Hijichu slowly sat down and crossed his legs. He tilted his head to look at Gu Nianji with a half-smile. His elbows rested on the armrests of the single-seat sofa and his hands were clasped together on his crossed legs. His posture was relaxed and relaxed. It was that sentence again. Gu Nianji was speechless and could only go to the kitchen to make coffee for Hijichu. She thought it would take too long to grind the coffee beans, so she chose a bag of instant coffee and made a cup for Hijichu. She found a bottle of natural coconut juice in the fridge and brought it out on a tray. She placed the coffee on the coffee table in front of Hijichu and sipped the coconut juice. Hijichu took the coffee cup and only took a sip before putting it down. You didn't use coffee beans. No. Is the coffee I make not good? Gu Nianji pretended to be confused and didn't know where to look. It's not very good. Hijichu didn't drink instant coffee, but he didn't ask Gu Nianji to make another cup because he wanted to distract Gu Nianji, which was why he asked her to make coffee. It wasn't because he wanted it. I'm sorry. Gu Nianji giggled. Professor He's own coffee will definitely be better. So Professor He should make his own coffee from now on. Gu Nianji thought to herself, but of course she didn't dare say it out loud. Hijichu knew what she was thinking just by looking at her eyes. He pursed his lips and smiled. You don't want to make coffee for me? Of course not. Gu Nianji shrank back guiltily and drank the coconut juice. She didn't dare meet Hijichu's eyes. That's good. In the future, learn how to grind coffee beans to make coffee. Hijichu said seriously. Seeing that Gu Nianji was about to object, he added. It can be included in your usual grades and will account for 5%. Gu Nianji, who placed great importance on grades, immediately changed her attitude. She looked at He Jichu with an ingratiating smile and said, "Professor He, don't worry. I'll definitely make you delicious freshly ground coffee next time." "Yes, I'll wait and see." He Jichu cocked his head and naturally changed the topic. "Did Gu Yanran object to you bringing Gu Xiangwen here?" "Of course, we can hardly get out of Barbados." Gu Nianji said somewhat exaggeratedly, it was so dangerous at the time, but Hu Xiao got off the plane and spoke to Gu Yanran for a bit. She relented and agreed to let us take Gu Xiangwen. My father away. Actually, Gu Nianji had gotten off the plane with Hu Xiaoheng. She had spoken more to Gu Yanran than Hu Xiaoheng had with Gu Yanran. But she gave all the credit to Hu Xiaoheng. Without him by her side as a stabilizing force, it would have been useless no matter how glib her tongue was. Gu Yanran was obviously the type of person who wouldn't be intimidated by words. It was that easy. He Jichu seemed to be in disbelief. He looked down and pondered for a moment. What happened after that? Gu Yanran didn't say anything. She accepted the fact that you were her sister right away. She didn't accept it right away. Gu Nianji's mood became even more depressed. She said she wanted to verify it herself. Professor He, you know that I want to find my identity because I don't want to be someone with an unknown background. She paused and didn't say why she didn't want to be someone with an unknown background. Because it would affect her relationship with Hu Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang had both hinted to her that she wouldn't be able to pass the background check if she didn't have an unknown background. He Jichu didn't ask further. He was only thinking about Gu Yanran's reaction. He reminded Gu Nianji dryly, the Gu Yanran I know is very smart. She's resilient and won't give up until she achieves her goals. She's also flexible. In many situations, she's able to turn adversity into prosperity. From a certain perspective, the two of you are quite similar. So what if we're alike? We're not blood-related sisters. Gu Nianji spread her hands. That's the only thing that makes me happy about this. He Jichu snorted and turned his head. She probably thinks the same way. You two sisters coincide on this point again. Gu Nianji's lips twitched. Taking advantage of He Jichu's good mood, she quietly seized the opportunity. There are still a lot of things I don't understand. Can Professor He help me? Really? I'll say it again. If you can't believe everything I say, then what's the point of me saying it? He Jichu shook his head and looked at Gu Nianji gently. This will actually make it more difficult for you to regain your memories. But I just want to know. Gu Yanran said I disappeared in the Caribbean Sea near Barbados, but when I had my memories, I found myself in the Xia Empire. To be precise, I was in a car that was about to explode. Gu Nianji had never been able to understand this question, so when she found out that Gu Yanran had a younger sister named Gu Nianji, she really didn't take it to heart because the places where the two disappeared and reappeared were too far apart. Gu Yanran probably thought the same, so she didn't investigate Gu Nianji. He Jichu was a bit lost in thought and didn't answer Gu Nianji's question. He propped his chin up with one hand and stared fixedly at a bookcase in the corner of the room. After a while, he finally said, there must be something else we don't know. Then how did Professor He know I was in the Xia Empire and came here to find me? Gu Nianji finally asked quietly. This question had been in her mind for a long time, but she hadn't asked it. He Jichu came back to his senses. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes closely watched Gu Nianji's every move and every change in expression. He said, what misunderstanding do you have about the He family's power? But Hu Xiaoheng hid you really well. Even with the He family's power, it took several years to find a trace of you. Gu Nianji really didn't know what kind of power the He family had, but she had heard from Zhao Liangzi that the He family was the underground godfather of South American politics. So He Zhichu should have his own way. If he started with the upper echelons of power, he could still find out about Gu Nianji because she wasn't following an ordinary person, but the powerful Hu Shaoheng. Gu Nianji could only smile and say, "I understand, but why didn't you just tell Gu Yanran? If we didn't have to pick up my father this time, you probably wouldn't have told me about my sisterly relationship with Gu Yanran, right?" This is the second update. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, right? Recommendation votes are also very important. Also, the password red packet is for the Qidian reading app. Currently, other channels don't have it yet. Chapter 531. Gu Nianji had been rescued by Hu Shaoheng at the age of 12 and had grown up with him in the Special Operations Forces base. She had no contact with the outside world. In the beginning, the Special Operations Forces hired private tutors for her to attend school. The tutors discovered that she was exceptionally smart and a genius, so they taught her very diligently. They only taught her for 2 years before she took the college entrance exam at the age of 14 and scored an unbelievable high score. She could attend any university in the country and any major. But at the time, the military was worried and refused to let her appear in public, so she did not leave the base university. Instead, she attended 2 years of online courses at a prestigious foreign university. Until 2 or 3 years ago, when Hu Shaoheng and the others couldn't find out where Gu Nianji came from, they decided to let her go out and interact with society to see if there was a chance. If someone was looking for her, they would have a direction. After all, the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces were too well hidden, and Hu Shaoheng was like an iron wall. People from the outside world couldn't get in at all. But it was different when Gu Nianji went out to university. No matter what, she finally returned to society from the iron wall, and returned to a place where people could interact with her. To not be separated from Hu Shaoheng, Gu Nianji chose a university in Sea City so she could stay by his side. It wasn't until she graduated 6 months ago and became He Zhichu's graduate student that she left Sea City and came to the imperial capital. Fortunately, Hu Shaoheng and the others also moved the Special Operations Forces headquarters to the imperial capital. Otherwise, they would have been separated for real. After Gu Nianji finished speaking, she kept a close eye on He Zhichu's expression. He Zhichu looked down at the coffee cup on the coffee table in front of him. His expression was like ice in winter, and she couldn't see anything. After a while, He Zhichu's eyelashes fluttered twice, and his clear voice slowly came out of his mouth. Like ice falling into spring water, Gu Nianji suddenly felt surreal. "If I said that I had selfish motives, would you believe me?" He Zhichu said dryly, his face still expressionless. He reached for the coffee cup but didn't drink it. He only gently turned it on the tray and made a soft porcelain sound. Gu Nianji fell silent and didn't dare to ask again. She had finally returned to a normal teacher-student relationship with He Zhichu. She didn't want to ruin it again and make things awkward for both of them. "Oh. Is that so? Looks like it's just a time difference." Gu Nianji finally managed to change the topic and didn't want to pursue it any further. He Zhichu breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Nianji's question was actually too sharp. He Zhichu didn't know how to answer her at first, so he could only reveal half of it. If she was willing to listen, he would strike while the iron was hot. Unfortunately, she wasn't willing to listen, so he wouldn't say it. It would be fine as long as she didn't dwell on this reason. A hint of a smile appeared on He Zhichu's cold face. "It's good that you understand. By the way, you took a few days off. Have you finished the homework you missed?" Gu Nianji grimaced at the mention of her homework. "Professor He, can you give me a few more days?" He Zhichu looked at her without speaking, his eyes dark. 2 days. 1 day. Gu Nianji didn't give up trying to bargain. Hijichu finally nodded. One day. I'll give you 1 day to finish your homework. Also, you have to fulfill your duties as a teaching assistant. That's too much. How am I supposed to sleep? Gu Nianji wanted to scream, but she couldn't bear to give up being a teaching assistant because the salary was really high. Seeing her bank account accumulating every month, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Then how about you quit being a teaching assistant and I'll find someone else? Hijichu was certain that Gu Nianji wouldn't give up the job, so he took a step back in order to advance. Gu Nianji objected as expected. She said seriously, Professor He, don't worry. I'll definitely finish my homework and do my job as a teaching assistant. Okay, I'll wait and see. Hijichu finished the instant coffee Gu Nianji made for him in one gulp. It tasted terrible. Hijichu put the coffee cup back on the coffee table with a look of disgust. Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly and stood up to say goodbye to Hijichu. Professor He, I'll be going now. Hijichu nodded and felt his phone vibrate. Taking it out, he saw it was Gu Yanran calling. He hung up nonchalantly and said to Gu Nianji, hurry up and finish your homework. Do your job as a teaching assistant. I'll check tomorrow. Hijichu only answered Gu Yanran's call after Gu Nianji left. Mr. He, you asked me for the contact information of Nianji and my family doctor and dentist when we were young. Were you trying to confirm Nianji's identity? Gu Yanran asked bluntly over the phone, not beating around the bush at all. Hijichu knew that Gu Yanran would ask him, so he agreed. Congratulations, you found your sister. Mr. He, you probably already knew, right? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Gu Yanran stood in front of the French windows in her villa, her emotions a mess. This matter was too inconceivable to her. She had been in a daze ever since she had verified it. Only later did she remember to call Hijichu first. If she guessed correctly, Hijichu was the reason why Hua Xiaoheng was able to obtain evidence to prove Gu Nianji's identity. That was because the records of the family doctor and dentist coincided with Hijichu asking for the contact information of her family doctor and dentist not long ago. I didn't know much earlier. Just like you, I didn't even think she was your sister at first, Hijichu said slowly. The smile on his lips wasn't genuine. Fortunately, Gu Yanran couldn't see it. If she could, she would definitely explode. Hijichu also walked to the window and looked down from the 28th floor. The people and cars passing by were like ants. He couldn't tell which one was Gu Nianji. He said dryly, it wasn't until later that I thought I could use Nianji's childhood family doctor and dentist records to confirm it, that I asked you for the contact information. Then it's a coincidence? Gu Yanran held it in for a long time before saying, isn't this too much of a coincidence? It is. You have no choice but to believe it. Hijichu's smile had a hint of mockery. So, Miss Gu, have you thought about taking your sister home? Home. Gu Yanran paused. A trace of emotion flashed through her heart. She smiled slowly. Now that it's confirmed that she's my sister, of course she has to go home. She's the daughter of the Gu family, of course she has to go back to the Gu family. Yes, she's already a citizen of the Huaxia Empire. Hijichu reminded her as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. If your home is still in Barbados, I'm afraid she won't go back with you. Gu Yanran choked. Got it. I'll talk to her first. Gu Yanran looked down at the photo in her hand in frustration. She walked back to put the photo back in the frame and carefully placed it in her YSL handbag. Gu Nianji returned to her dorm and saw Machichi sitting at the dining table eating as soon as she entered. Machichi froze for a second when she saw her come in. Then she let out an earth-shattering scream and pounced on Gu Nianji. She grabbed Gu Nianji's shoulders and looked her over. Laughing, she said, Nianji. You still know to come back. They all said you transferred schools. No way. It's only been a few days. How can this kind of rumor spread? Gu Nianji tilted her head to look at Ma Qiqi with amusement. Tell me who spread the rumor, and I promise I won't beat them to death. Hee hee. Beat them to death. You're so small, you can't even beat me. Ma Qiqi laughed and teased Gu Nianji for a while before letting her go. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. You've been out for a few days, so you must be very tired. I can see that you've lost so much weight that your chin is pointy. Ma Qiqi's slender fingers tapped Gu Nianji's delicate chin. See, I can't help but feel sorry for you. Come on, you only know how to use idioms. Gu Nianji snickered and pushed Ma Qiqi's hand away. Hurry up and go to class. I have to catch up on my homework. Professor, he only gave me 1 day. I have to stay awake for 24 hours to finish everything. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Ma Qiqi tactfully let go of her. I'm going to the library. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. No, the day after tomorrow. I have to work like crazy today and tomorrow. Gu Nianji made an okay gesture. Okay, I appreciate it. Ma Qiqi nodded. Then I'll leave you to it. I'll be going now. Returning to her room to pack her bag, Ma Qiqi went to the library to study. Gu Nianji was alone in the dorm and began to catch up on her homework. Her phone rang a few times, but she heard it was a stranger's ringtone, so she didn't answer. In her phone, Hua Xiaoheng and He Zhichu both had their own exclusive ringtones. Other than them, other acquaintances had another ringtone that could be used. There was also a built-in ringtone that was prepared for strangers to call. She lost track of time when she was so busy that her stomach was rumbling. She was going to faint if she didn't eat, so she stood up to call for takeout. Glancing at her phone, she saw that there were a few missed calls from strangers. Her phone showed that it was already 9 o'clock at night. She had returned to the dorm at noon and had been working on her thesis without eating or drinking. 9 hours had passed in one go. No wonder her neck was cramping. Rubbing her neck, Gu Nianji looked at the stranger's number and pressed the button to return the call. Someone quickly picked up. May I ask if this is Miss Gu Nianji? The voice sounded familiar. Gu Nianji froze and asked tentatively, May I ask who you are? I'm Gu Yanran, your sister. Have you forgotten already? Gu Yanran's crisp laughter traveled over the phone. Gu Nianji sighed. Pressing her hand to her chest to calm herself, Gu Nianji adjusted her tone and asked calmly, Miss Gu, you're already in the imperial capital. The number displayed on the phone was a local number in the imperial capital, so she was certain that Gu Yanran had already arrived in the Huaxia Empire. It had only been 2 days. Gu Yanran nodded with a smile. Yes, I just arrived this morning. I was anxious to find you, but why didn't you pick up? This was the first chapter with 3,000 words. She had to request for monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was already the end of the month, so everyone should quickly vote for it. There would be an additional chapter at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General on the Qidian app at noon to collect your red packets. You just had to click to the end of the chapter to read the password. Chapter 532. Oh, I didn't bring my phone with me just now, so I didn't hear it. I only saw it now that I'm using my phone. Gu Nianji's tone softened. She had mixed feelings about Gu Yanran. She didn't have a good impression of her in the beginning because of what Gu Yanran did to Hua Xiaoheng. Now, it wasn't exactly a good impression, but it wasn't as bad as it was in the beginning because she was Gu Nianji's sister. Whether she remembered her or not, they were legally related. Also, Gu Yanran didn't try to stop them from going to Barbados to bring Gu Xiangwen back to the Huaxia Empire as they had expected, so Gu Nianji couldn't feel bad about her. Gu Yanran also noticed the change in Gu Nianji's tone. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and her long and narrow eyes squinted. She revealed a very charming smile. "Oh, I see. I thought you didn't want to pick up my call, really?" Gu Nianji laughed. "What did Miss Gu do to think I wouldn't pick up your call?" Gu Yanran choked on Gu Nianji's words and smiled. "Nianji, I'm more and more convinced that you're my sister now. You were always this good with words when you were young." Gu Nianji had clearly insulted Gu Yanran, but Gu Yanran made it sound like she had a way with words. Her tone was still as affectionate as ever, and she didn't take her insult seriously. Gu Nianji was really like a good sister. Gu Nianji held her phone and leaned against the wall by the dormitory window to look at the scenery outside. It was already past 9 o'clock at night, and the sky was completely dark. The street lamps were lit up, emitting a warm yellow light in the night sky. People walked to and fro downstairs, and everyone had a relaxed and happy smile on their faces. This situation infected Gu Nianji, and she couldn't help smiling. "Really? What was I like when I was young?" Gu Nianji asked softly, her tone even gentler. "Don't you remember? You were really smart and good with words when you were young. Mom and Dad and I all spoiled you." Gu Yanran picked up the photo with one hand and looked at the chubby little girl in the photo. She clicked her tongue. Such a big difference in appearance, she could only marvel at the wonders of the creator. Gu Nianji couldn't remember how she had interacted with the Gu family and Gu Yanran when she was young. Gu Yanran's words echoed in her ears, but she couldn't piece together an image. "Nianji, why aren't you saying anything?" Gu Yanran waited for a while and couldn't help asking when Gu Nianji still didn't speak. When Gu Nianji snapped back to reality, her stomach was already growling. She smiled and said, "Oh, I'm a little hungry. I was just about to order takeout." "Aw. You haven't had dinner yet?" Gu Yanran looked at her watch. "It's already past 9. Why can't you take care of yourself?" Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly as she returned to her laptop. She held the mouse with one hand and clicked lightly. She simply went online to order food as she said, "I have a lot of homework today, so I had no choice but to rush the deadline." "Oh. Too much homework. Your mentor is Professor He, right? How could he give you so much homework?" Gu Yanran scolded her. "I'll go ask him." Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. "Miss Gu, I've been on leave recently, so I've accumulated homework. It's not because Professor He gave me too much homework." Gu Yanran nodded in understanding when she heard that it was because she was on leave. Her tone became even more amiable. "There's a reason for that. He should be understanding. Big sister will help you talk to him." Without waiting for Gu Nianji's response, she sighed and continued, "Poor Nianji. You've been living under someone else's roof all these years. You have a lot of grievances that you can't talk to anyone about, right? Don't be afraid. You have a big sister now. If there's anything you're unhappy about, you can tell Big Sister, and Big Sister will help you resolve it. If someone offends you and treats you badly, you can also tell Big Sister, and Big Sister will help you settle it." Gu Nianji only wanted to facepalm. She had been with Hu Xiaoheng for 6 to 7 years, but she had never felt living under someone else's roof. "Miss Gu, Gu Yanran didn't finish before Gu Yanran interrupted her again. "Nianji, you should call me Big Sister." Gu Nianji was speechless. The takeout I ordered is here. I'll talk to you later when I have time." Gu Nianji still couldn't call her Big Sister. She didn't want to continue talking, so she found an excuse to hang up. Gu Yanran looked at the phone screen and shook her head. She texted Gu Nianji, "I'll pick you up for dinner tomorrow." Gu Nianji's takeout really did arrive not long after she hung up. She quickly went downstairs to get it. She sat at the dining table in the living room and had just set it up when the front door lock clicked. Ma Chichi opened the door and came in. Nianji. Are you having supper? Ma Chichi was also carrying a box of takeout. I bought paella. Do you want to eat together? The paella had a strong flavor, and Gu Nianji didn't want to eat such strong food at night. She smiled and shook her head. No, it's okay. You can eat by yourself. I have almond tofu, stir-fried cabbage, and a shiitake mushroom dish. Do you want to try? They're all bland. Ma Chichi pouted. I'll eat my paella. The two of them set the cutlery and sat across from each other to chat as they ate. Ma Chichi actually wanted to ask where Gu Nianji had been for the past few days and what she had been doing. However, Gu Nianji didn't take the initiative to say it, so she couldn't ask directly. She could only beat around the bush. Did you finish your work? You left in such a hurry the other day that a teacher in the faculty even asked about you. Gu Nianji nodded. It was all right. I just went out to visit family. I'm fine now. Oh. Ma Chichi saw that Gu Nianji still didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't press further. She began to talk about the faculty. The two of them happily finished their supper and returned to the way they were before Gu Nianji applied for leave. They were both in a good mood. Gu Nianji did some homework after returning to her room. Seeing that it was already 2 in the morning, she finally turned off the computer and went to the bathroom to wash up. After coming out, she couldn't sleep again. Sitting on the bed, she played with her phone and wondered if she should call Hua Xiaoheng. However, rubbing Hua Xiaoheng's name on her phone, she felt wronged. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't called her once the entire day. It wouldn't have mattered if he was out on a mission or had an emergency meeting. However, he was clearly just having a regular meeting today. In between meetings, he could have taken the opportunity to call her or send her a text, but he just didn't. She shouldn't take the initiative to call him again. Gu Nianji angrily turned off her phone and curled up in bed to sleep. At the same time, Hua Xiaoheng was still awake. He had just returned from the Military Supreme Council's regular meeting and had a lot of work on his hands. However, he was still thinking about the marriage application, so he took out his phone and called General Ji again. General Ji, have you seen my application? I have. The military is already discussing it. However, Xiaoheng, why are you applying without even settling your own family? General Ji whispered to him. Your father is against it. It was the second night, it was the last day of January. Relatives checked to see if there were any monthly votes in their accounts. If there were, and if they could still vote, then vote. Thank you. Chapter 533. Is that so? Hua Xiaoheng asked back, his tone still calm. What did he object to? Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanchen, was the director of the military's political department. Like General Ji, he was also a general. Although he didn't have as much power as General Ji, he was still one of the top 5 in the military Supreme Council. I don't know the exact reason, but he voted against it in the first round when everyone was discussing it. General Ji rubbed his bald head helplessly. If someone else had voted against it, those people would have killed him. But your father is different. He is your father, after all. Although your marriage needs the approval of the military will not be unreasonable and will not disregard your and your family's wishes. In other words, Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanchen's objection still had some weight to the military. Hua Xiaoheng gripped his phone. No matter what he thought, his face remained expressionless. He nodded at General Ji. Okay, sorry to disturb you. General Ji, you're still up so late. General Ji seemed to see Hua Xiaoheng's nonchalant expression and was very satisfied. Unmoved by material gains or personal losses, unflinching even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, and unblinking when an elk moved to his left. This was how a great general should behave. Why didn't you think about whether I was sleeping when you called just now? Now you're saying something like that. General Ji was both angry and amused as he grumbled over the phone. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips, and his voice seemed to contain a smile. I know General Ji must be working overtime, that's why I dared to call at this time. I greeted you just now to urge you to sleep. What's wrong with that? Ha ha ha, you brat. You've said both good and bad things. I knew your eloquence was no worse than those people from the military's legal department. General Ji laughed heartily and chatted with Hua Xiaoheng for a bit before hanging up. Looking up at the clock on the wall, it was already 2:30 a.m. General Ji yawned and packed up the study, locked it in the safe, and returned to his bedroom to sleep. Hua Xiaoheng didn't feel sleepy in the car. He was still holding the phone in his hand, one arm leaning on the bottom of the window. His eyes were dark as he looked out into the night. The road back to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces was a little remote, and there were fewer and fewer cars as they walked. The streetlights on the side of the road formed a straight line outside the car, like an arrow pointing directly at the atrium of the heart. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and raised a hand to cover his eyes. He didn't look at the night view outside and was already thinking about when to go home. Hua Ji now hadn't been back to the Hua residence since Chinese New Year. Ever since the incident with head nurse Zhang, her grandfather, Hua Xuanong, had taken his granddaughter, Hua Zhelan, to Europe for a break and had yet to return. His mother, Song Jining, was now the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Every day, she was obsessed with scientific research. Just like in the past, she could not wait to eat and live in the laboratory. As for his father, how long had it been since he last thought of his father? As Hua Xiaoheng thought about it, he rubbed his phone and tried to call his mother. As he expected, his mother did not sleep either. Song Jining was still in the laboratory reading her thesis. She wanted to make up for the 17 years that she had lost. Every day, she had endless meetings and endless research papers. She had even set up a small, simple room for herself next to the laboratory with some daily necessities, clothes, and shoes. She was really living in the laboratory. When her phone rang, she glanced at it and saw that it was her son, Hua Xiaoheng. She picked it up in surprise. Xiaoheng. You're not asleep yet? Hua Xiaoheng asked politely. Are you still doing experiments? No, I'm reading my thesis. Song Jining smiled as she rubbed the yin tang point between her eyebrows. What about you? You're not asleep either. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Of course I'm not asleep if I can make a call. After a pause, he said, I'll go see you. Is it convenient? Yes. Song Jining froze and immediately realized that her son had something to tell her. Come over. I'll be in the office in the laboratory building. You know the room. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and hung up. He said to the driver, Fan Jian, go to the Institute of High Energy Physics and buy some supper on the way. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi did not say anything in the car. They watched as Fan Jian turned the steering wheel and drove to the Institute of High Energy Physics. An hour later, Hua Xiaoheng's car drove in through the metal gates of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Although it was past 3 in the morning, the guard at the gate still checked Hua Xiaoheng's car pass responsibly before letting them in. Song Jining looked at her watch. An hour had passed. Hua Xiaoheng should be here by now, right? She got up from her desk and opened the door. The long hallway was dark. Because the lights were voice-activated, the lights automatically went off when there was no sound. But soon, unhurried footsteps sounded in the hallway, and the lights in the hallway gradually turned on. A tall figure appeared in Song Jining's eyes. He strode over from the end of the hallway. The lights shone on his head, illuminating his facial features. He was incomparably handsome. Song Jining couldn't help but smile. She was still wearing the lab coat. Her hands were in the pockets of her lab coat as she watched Hua Xiaoheng walk over to her with a paper bag. "You shouldn't stay up late." Hua Xiaoheng walked over to Song Jining and carefully studied her expression. "This is freshly stewed cordyceps, Ganoderma, and American ginseng soup. Have some for supper." Song Jining took the paper bag from Hua Xiaoheng's hands. She suddenly remembered more than 10 years ago, before the accident happened. Hua Xiaoheng had also brought a box of cake to her lab to share it with her when he was still a teenager. She really had a guilty conscience towards this son of hers. When he was young, she was obsessed with her research career. She abandoned him and started working when she was 1 month old. Later, when he was a teenager, she was greatly traumatized by the accident. She became mentally deranged and couldn't even take care of herself, let alone fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. The corners of Song Jining's eyes were a little wet. She turned around discreetly and hid her face from the light. She said quietly to Hua Xiaoheng, "Come in. You should have some too." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and followed Song Jining into her office. He closed the door behind him. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi were standing guard at the top of the stairs, while Zhao Liangzi was standing guard at the bottom of the elevator. They were wearing Bluetooth headsets so they could keep in touch at all times. Hua Xiaoheng looked around when he entered Song Jining's office. It had only been a few months, but Song Jining had already added a lot of books and lab equipment. She had also bought a few large computers. Song Jining went to her room to get 2 small soup bowls and spoons. She scooped a bowl of soup for Hua Xiaoheng and then scooped one for herself. She said, "Actually, the effects of cordyceps have been exaggerated. The active ingredient in cordyceps is cordycepic acid, or mannitol. It's a very cheap and common chemical material." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but smile. Mannitol can also be used in food, so there's no harm in eating it. "Yes, I was just saying. The soup tastes good. It's cooked well." Song Jining said that but still ate 2 bowls of cordyceps soup. Hua Xiaoheng didn't eat a single bite. He stirred the soup with the spoon before pushing it to Song Jining. Song Jining took it without hesitation and finished Hua Xiaoheng's bowl in one go. She sighed deeply. "So comfortable. This soup is really good. You haven't had dinner again, have you?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at Song Jining quietly. "I'll order meals for you from now on. Someone will deliver them to you 3 times a day. You can just eat them." "Oh. That's a good thing. We have a cafeteria here. I've been there a few times. It's not bad." Song Jining avoided Hua Xiaoheng's knowing gaze guiltily. She really didn't have time. The urgency to rebuild the experiment was like a whip lashing at her. She wanted to devote all her time to it. 24 hours a day wasn't enough. She couldn't remember how many days she had fallen asleep in front of her computer and continued working when she woke up in the morning. However, even though she was working so hard, her complexion didn't diminish at all. It was as if all the energy she had accumulated over the past 16 years of her mental disorder was now being unleashed. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and picked up his phone to text Yin Shixiang. He asked him to go to auspicious restaurant and order a year's worth of healthy food for Song Jining. He had to deliver it to her office 3 times a day. If he didn't do that, Song Jining would still be hungry and full. In the long run, it would affect her health. Song Jining didn't say anything and finished the rest of the soup. She also ate 2 whole wheat buns that Hua Xiaoheng had brought with him. Hua Xiaoheng sat across from Song Jining and watched her finish everything. He then cleaned up the soup bowls and took them to Song Jining's private bathroom next door to wash. Song Jining followed him in and leaned against the bathroom door to look at Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure. She suddenly asked, "Xiaoheng, do you have something on your mind? Do you need my help? A mother knows her son best. Although Song Jining had been absent for a long time when Hua Xiaoheng was growing up, nothing could stop their blood connection. She was acutely aware of the subtle changes in Hua Xiaoheng's emotions. Other than Gu Nianji, Song Jining was the second person who could sense Hua Xiaoheng's hidden emotions. Hua Xiaoheng washed the soup bowls and placed them in the closet. He then washed his hands with hand sanitizer and wiped them clean before turning around to say, "Let's talk outside. I do have something on my mind." Song Jining was overjoyed. She went up to Hua Xiaoheng and shook his arm. She said solemnly, "Xiaoheng, I'm very happy that you came to find me." It was a mother's blessing to be able to be relied on by her child and to do things for her child. Hua Xiaoheng was a bit speechless. He was no longer a child, but in Song Jining's eyes, he was probably still the 12-year-old boy from 17 years ago who secretly skipped school to visit her with a birthday cake. This is the first chapter with 3,000 words. Today is the first day of February, so please vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. Okay, I'll ask for monthly votes for every chapter. Do you remember to vote? There will be an additional chapter at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General of the Qidian app at noon to collect your red packet. You just have to click to the end of the chapter and look for the password. Chapter 534. Hua Xiaoheng discreetly withdrew his arm and walked out of Song Jining's bathroom to head to her office. Song Jining smiled as she followed him back to her office and sat down. "Tell me, what do you need me for?" Song Jining opened the notebook on her laptop, intending to jot down Hua Xiaoheng's request on her electronic calendar. That way, she could add a reminder so she wouldn't forget. Hua Xiaoheng sat across from Song Jining with one hand on her desk and the other playing with his phone. He said calmly, "I just submitted a marriage application." Song Jining gasped and couldn't close her mouth for a long time. After a long time, she finally stood up in surprise. Placing both hands on the desk, she leaned forward and said eagerly, "Xiaoheng, you're really getting married? Who's the bride? Is it Nianji?" After Song Jining came to her senses, she quickly noticed the different way Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, she also noticed Hua Xiaoheng's different attitude towards Gu Nianji. She was happy to see the two of them get married. Gu Nianji was a genius girl, and Song Jining had also been called a genius girl when she was young. Geniuses always appreciated each other, and she liked this lively and cute girl. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly with a faint smile on his face. His fingers gently tapped on Song Jining's desk, and even his voice was much gentler. "You like Nianji too?" "Yes, this girl and I hit it off very well." Song Jining beamed with joy, but after a while, she was confused again. "Submitting a marriage application is a good thing, so why did you come to see me?" She had thought it was a difficult question. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the delicate carvings on the side of the dark red mahogany desk. His voice was very low. "After the marriage application was submitted, my father objected during the organization's meeting." "What?" "He objected." "What right does your father have to object?" Song Jining was furious as soon as she heard this. Her pale face flushed red, and her limpid eyes were like stormy seas. She slammed the desk. "Don't worry, I'll go see your father tomorrow. If he dares to stop me from bringing my daughter-in-law into the family, I'll let him know why flowers are so red." Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect Song Jining to be so supportive of him and Gu Nianji. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, but it was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure. "Then I'll leave it to you." Hua Xiaoheng stood up and bowed slightly. "It's late. You should rest." "Well, I won't keep you either. It's the middle of the night. Go back and sleep early." Song Jining looked at her watch. It was already past 4 in the morning. She personally walked Hu Xiaoheng out. The silent corridor lit up again, and Song Jinning's face glowed in the light. Xiaoheng, does Nianji know about your marriage report? As a mother-in-law, what gift should I prepare for her? Do you know what she likes? Song Jinning asked excitedly. She couldn't wait to bring Gu Nianji in right away. Hu Xiaoheng froze. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked slowly. He shook his head. She doesn't know yet. He glanced at Song Jinning. Please don't tell anyone. Why? Song Jinning looked at Hu Xiaoheng in shock. Is there something that needs to be kept a secret? She now knew that her son wasn't doing a normal job, so she was very careful not to cause him trouble. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head again. That's not the reason. Then what reason is it? How can you be like this? You're getting married, and the girl doesn't even know. You're really taking care of everything. Song Jinning couldn't help laughing. She was in a very good mood. Hu Xiaoheng remembered Gu Nianji's resistance to her new identity. He was silent for a moment. Because the marriage application is only the first step. After it's approved, there will be a background check. I'm not sure how long the background check will take. It could be as short as 6 months, or as long as 2 or 3 years. Oh. Song Jinning was confused. I don't think it was that troublesome when I married your father. Yes. Different positions and military ranks mean different levels of background checks. Hu Xiaoheng explained briefly. Song Jinning instantly understood. Simply put, Hu Guanchen's military rank wasn't high at the time, and his position was only in the middle ranks. Therefore, the time and procedures for the background check were much simpler. Hu Xiaoheng was already a general in a special confidential department in the military. The intensity and length of the background check was much higher than Hu Guanchen's at the time. After sending Hu Xiaoheng off, Song Jinning only slept for 3 hours. She got up to wash up and change her clothes. Before Hu Guanchen left for work, she once again went to the Hu residence. Hu Guanchen was the only one living here now. The Zhangs had all been chased out. Hu Xuanong and Hu Jialan had gone to Europe. The empty house echoed as she walked. Hu Guanchen left early and returned late. He rarely stayed here. However, Song Jinning arrived early today, so Hu Guanchen hadn't left yet. When he looked up, he saw Song Jinning walk in wearing a sky-blue dress suit. Hu Guanchen's breath almost stopped. He stared blankly at the cold and beautiful Song Jinning walking up to him. He was about to speak when he heard Song Jinning frown and ask unhappily, "Why are you against Xiaoheng's marriage application? What right do you have to oppose it?" Hu Guanchen's passion were blocked by Song Jinning's words. His expression darkened and he said in a low voice, "What did you say? How did you know about this?" He had expressed his opposition during a regular meeting. Could someone have leaked the secret? Hu Guanchen thought of General Ji, and the fire in his heart burned even brighter. Don't care how I know. I'm only asking if you oppose Xiaoheng's marriage application. Song Jinning glared at him. Her beautiful face became even more vivid and beautiful. I oppose it. Hu Guanchen's face darkened. He raised his head and said coldly, "Do you support it?" Of course I support it. Song Jinning also raised her head and refused to be outdone. Xiaoheng and Nianji are a match made in heaven. Why are you opposing it? A match made in heaven. Hu Guanchen wanted to laugh out loud. Jinning, do you know that Nianji grew up with Xiaoheng? Xiaoheng is her guardian. So what? He's just a guardian. He's not a blood relative. Song Jinning sneered disdainfully. I've already figured it out. The military entrusted Xiaoheng to take care of Nianji. What misunderstanding do you have about this nominal guardian relationship? It's not that I have a misunderstanding. It's that other people will have a misunderstanding. Huo Guanchen looked at the stubborn Song Jining and felt like his blood vessels were about to burst. He also glared at Song Jining. Nianji grew up with him. When he became her guardian, she was only 12 years old. Do you know that? Xiaoheng is 10 years older than Nianji. What do you want other people to think? What do they think? Does Xiaoheng want to continue his career in the future? Have you thought about this? It was the second night. Today was the first day of February, so they had to vote for their guaranteed monthly votes. P.S. Thank you, Mark of the Phantom, for the gift of Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 535. Song Jining had been obsessed with research her entire life. Her love for Huo Guanchen was now a thing of the past. Other than research, all she cared about was her son Huo Xiaoheng. Her son's lifelong happiness was the most important thing to her. Who would dare? Song Jining took a step forward and pointed at Huo Guanchen. Whoever thinks that is filthy. Don't put your shameful, crooked thoughts on my son. Nianji was 12 when Xiaoheng became Nianji's guardian. But Xiaoheng didn't start liking her when she was 12. Can't you grow some brains? You say it's not, but what if someone says it is? Huo Guanchen looked at his wife, who had spent her entire life in the ivory tower of a university research institute. A trace of longing flashed across his eyes. She had always been a princess, but he had never been a prince. If someone is slandering their son and daughter-in-law like that, what are you doing as a father? Song Jining's finger was almost poking Huo Guanchen's chest. Instead of standing up for them, you're trying to backstab them. Are you even human? Huo Guanchen was seething with anger. He felt that he would never be able to reason with Song Jining. He waved his hand and said, "Fine, fine. This is none of your business. Don't get involved. It's not my problem." Song Jining was even angrier. I'm Xiaoheng's mother. Why isn't it my problem? If I can't do anything as a mother, then what right do you, as a father, have to do anything? Huo Guanchen felt a little guilty. He said fiercely, I'm not objecting as a father. I'm objecting as the director of the military's political department. Oh, now you remember that you're the director of the military's political department? Song Jining sneered. But everyone else thinks you're Xiaoheng's father. What should we do? How about this? To make you more selfless, you'll break off your father-son relationship with Xiaoheng. No matter how much you object, it has nothing to do with us. Break off my father-son relationship. In your dreams. Huo Guanchen lost his wife, but he couldn't lose his son. He had high hopes for his son. He had always hoped that he could reach heights that he and his grandfather had never reached. That was why he was very concerned about his son's marriage. In my dreams. I want to let you see if I'm dreaming or not. Song Jining shook her jade-white fist in front of Huo Guanchen. If you continue to object, I promise you won't have a son. Huo Guanchen froze and frowned for a long time before shaking his head. If Xiaoheng really disowns his father for Gu Nianji, then I have even more reason to object. You're going to object even if Xiaoheng wants to sever ties with you. I won't agree even if Xiaoheng wants to sever ties with me, Huo Guanchen said firmly. I'm doing this for his own good. He'll understand. Song Jining didn't want to talk to him anymore. She didn't understand why she had such deep feelings for him and loved him for so many years. She took a deep breath and suppressed the frustration in her heart. She asked Huo Guanchen in confusion, isn't marriage only about mutual love? What are you thinking? When you married me, did you also do it for a smooth promotion? Huo Guanchen was stunned again and instinctively refuted Song Jining. How were we the same back then? We were nothing back then, so of course we could get married if we liked each other. But Xiaoheng is different. What's different? He's even more powerful than you were back then. Can't he even marry the girl he loves? Then what's the point of being a major general? Song Jining snorted. Forget it, it's hard to reason with people like you. I'm just being nosy. Why should I reason with you? Huo Guanchen was so angry he almost had a heart attack. Song Jining turned to leave after speaking. The sky-blue figure suddenly flashed in front of Huo Guanchen. The snow-white silk scarf around her neck fluttered like a cloud floating in front of him from the blue sky. Huo Guanchen's heart throbbed. He reached out to grab Song Jining's arm and whispered, "Jining, did you come here just to argue with me?" "No, I don't argue with people." Song Jining didn't turn around. "I'm here to reason with you. But you're being stubborn and I'm wasting my time. Let go of me." Song Jining yanked her arm out of Huo Guanchen's grasp and quickly walked out of the Huo residence. After exiting the large iron gates of the courtyard, Song Jining turned back to look at the residence she had lived in for over 20 years. She suddenly felt very unfamiliar. Had 16 years changed Huo Guanchen, or had he always been this kind of person? It was just that there was no conflict of interest back then, so he never showed his true nature. Song Jining's mind was a mess. Her footsteps were hurried as she left the military compound without stopping to return to her laboratory at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Early in the morning, Hu Xiaoheng had just come out of the conference room after a meeting. Zhao Liangzi walked up to him and whispered, "Hu Xiao, your father is here. He's waiting for you in the small conference room over there." Hu Xiaoheng looked at his schedule. "Do I still have meetings today?" "Not today. Just a regular meeting in the morning." Zhao Liangzi scratched his head awkwardly. He knew Hu Xiaoheng was looking for an excuse to not see Huo Guanchen. Unfortunately, Huo Guanchen's rank and position were higher than Hu Xiaoheng's. He didn't even need to make an appointment to see Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng handed the documents to Zhao Liangzi to take back to his office. He walked to the small conference room with a serious expression. "Xiaoheng." Huo Guanchen watched Hu Xiaoheng walk in with a calm expression. He couldn't tell if he was happy or unhappy. He sat down in the seat in front of Huo Guanchen and said in a businesslike tone, "General Hu, what brings you here today?" Huo Guanchen was furious that he didn't even call him father. He wanted to ease the tension, but he couldn't care less now. He knocked on the table and ordered, "Withdraw your marriage application immediately. Marriage is not a game." Hu Xiaoheng placed both hands on the conference table and tilted his head to look at Huo Guanchen. He didn't say a word. His well-defined features were stunning, but he was like a statue. He was so calm that it was almost impossible to hear his breathing. Huo Guanchen felt uncomfortable under Hu Xiaoheng's gaze. He lowered his head to take a sip of tea and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? Or do you have nothing to say?" Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and said calmly, "There's nothing to say. I don't want to waste time." "What kind of attitude is that?" Huo Guanchen put down his teacup heavily. His face gradually became angry. "In terms of seniority, I'm your father. In terms of rank, I'm higher than you. Is this how you talk to me?" Huo Guanchen was very unhappy with Hu Xiaoheng's attitude, whether it was a junior talking to an elder or a subordinate talking to a superior. Hu Xiaoheng was still unmoved. He looked away and out the window for a while. "In terms of seniority, this is the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. It's where I work. I can't talk about personal matters during working hours. In terms of rank, please talk about business, General Hu." "I'm talking about business with you." Huo Guanchen's face darkened. "Your marriage is not a personal matter. Listen carefully. Withdraw your marriage application now." "Is that so?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "If my marriage is not a personal matter, then you have even less right to talk to me about it." "What do you mean?" Huo Guanchen's expression changed again. He watched his son grow up and leave his protection. He had mixed feelings. "Nothing. General G and the others are happy to see it happen. I don't know why General Ho would object. Hu Xiaoheng tapped his fingers on the table. Hu Guanchen was a little annoyed. If someone else agreed, Hu Guanchen could say that the person had ulterior motives, but not General G. Hu Xiaoheng was groomed by General G. Everyone knew that he was grooming Hu Xiaoheng as the heir. If General G wanted to destroy Hu Xiaoheng, he had plenty of ways to do so. He couldn't use the issue of marriage to trick him. Hu Guanchen hesitated. He thought about the possible consequences and shook his head. I said no means no. Even if General G agrees, I still have to object. Xiaoheng, I'm doing this for your own good. You're obsessed with sex and can't understand what I mean. Wait for you. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand and gestured for Hu Guanchen to stop. He waved a finger in front of Hu Guanchen. General Hu, don't use such an unprofessional and slanderous term in front of me. Don't be so formal. You know what I mean. Hu Guanchen frowned. He truly felt that his son was confused. Otherwise, how could he not understand such a simple matter? I really don't know what you mean. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. Why don't you just say it? Hu Guanchen was speechless. There were some things he could say in front of Song Jining, but not in front of Hu Xiaoheng. He couldn't let the person in question know about his private plans. Why not? My time is precious. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and gestured for him to leave. If it's a private matter, you can wait until the weekend when I'm on leave. Hu Guanchen saw that Hu Xiaoheng was being stubborn and saw his determination. He couldn't tolerate it anymore. Xiaoheng, if you insist on marrying Gu Nianji, the achievements you've worked so hard for over a decade might go up in smoke. You might even be forced to transfer back to your hometown. Do you really want that to happen? Hu Guanchen looked at him deeply and stood up to leave the small conference room. He walked past Hu Xiaoheng, and from the corner of his eye, he saw that Hu Xiaoheng was still standing there. He didn't even turn his head, and his gaze was fixed straight ahead, as straight as a military stance. Hu Guanchen sighed internally. He shook his head and strode away. Hu Xiaoheng only left the small conference room after Hu Guanchen had left. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked back to his office. He opened the window and looked at the bright summer scenery outside. The sun was shining brightly, but he only wanted to smoke. Gu Nianji rushed for her homework for a day and night and finally finished all the tasks He Zhichu had previously given her, including her tasks as a teaching assistant. In the evening, she packed her things and was about to go out for dinner with Ma Qiqi when she heard her phone ring. Taking it out, she saw it was Gu Yanran. Nianji, it's big sister. I'm here to pick you up for dinner. Gu Yanran was very efficient over the phone and didn't allow Gu Nianji to refuse. I'll be at your dorm soon. Come down quickly. This is the first chapter with 3,000 words. Dear friends, please vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. There will be an additional chapter at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you, Raindrop6868, for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. Remember to come to the Major General of Chidian at noon to receive your red packet. Just click to the end of the chapter and read the password. Chapter 536. Gu Nianji couldn't refuse even if she wanted to because Gu Yanran had already hung up. If she didn't go down or went out to eat with Ma Qiqi, she would be standing Gu Yanran up. Gu Nianji couldn't bring herself to break a promise and make someone wait for so long. Moreover, Gu Yanran had a relationship with her that was slightly more than that of a normal person. Gu Nianji looked down at her phone and rubbed it for a while before saying to Ma Qiqi, Qiqi, I have something going on, so I can't go eat with you. Ma Qiqi heard Gu Nianji take a call and thought it was her incredibly handsome boyfriend. She winked at her and giggled. Nianji, you value your lover over your friend. Bah. You're the one who values love over friendship. Gu Nianji knew that Ma Qiqi had misunderstood, but she couldn't tell Ma Qiqi about her relationship with Gu Yanran right now. She could only vaguely say, my family came to visit me, your family. Ma Qiqi couldn't hide her emotions and said in surprise, You're not an orphan girl. Gu Nianji understood what Ma Qiqi was implying, so she spread her hands and said, Yes, I thought I had no relatives, but someone popped up recently. I'm still investigating, so I don't know if she's my relative. Oh. That's great. Ma Qiqi was instantly elated. She draped an arm over Gu Nianji's shoulder. Hurry up and go. Don't make people wait too long. For an orphan girl to suddenly have relatives was certainly something to be happy about. Ma Qiqi had both parents and was the apple of her eye, so she sympathized with Gu Nianji very much. Now that he heard that she also had a relative, he was genuinely happy for her. Gu Nianji squeezed her hand. Okay, then I'll go down now. After a few steps, she turned around and said to Ma Qiqi, Qiqi, don't tell anyone about this, okay? Ma Qiqi nodded. Don't worry, I won't. When he got downstairs, he saw a silver 6-seater Audi Pikes Peak row parked next to the stairs in front of the building. Gu Nianji's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as she looked at the cursive, KU, on the silver nameplate on the car. This Gu Yanran really knew how to enjoy herself. It was obvious that the car was custom-made, and the price was around 10 million USD. It was once one of the top 5 luxury cars in the world. However, it was impossible to tell that the car was so expensive from its appearance. Gu Nianji knew about this car because she had coincidentally helped Hijichu with a small case. There was an introduction to the world's top luxury cars. She had a good memory and could remember almost everything she saw. Now that she saw the luxury car that had been on the web page appear before her, she took a deep breath and patted her pounding chest before walking towards the car. Gu Yanran peeked out from the window of the back seat and smiled at her. Come on in. The driver got out of the driver's seat and went around to open the door for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was speechless. This was too ostentatious. Did he need a chauffeur just to drive an SUV? If it was a Rolls-Royce, it would be fine. That kind of luxury car would be too embarrassing to drive outside without a driver. But an SUV can only be driven by oneself. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and got into the car. She sat next to Gu Yanran and nodded at her. Miss Gu, you're really decisive. I already made plans with my roommates to eat, but I still had to stand them up. Gu Yanran placed a hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder and said, Nianji, I'm really sorry. I really wanted to see you so much that I didn't think too much. I apologize. She then said, where were you planning to eat with your classmates? Why don't you ask your classmates to come too? Since Gu Yanran had already said that, Gu Nianji couldn't keep a straight face and pretend to be unhappy. She smiled and reached out to smooth her hair that hung down to her chest. She took the opportunity to move Gu Yanran's hand away from her shoulder and said, It's okay. My roommates are very nice and reasonable. They won't mind. That's good. Gu Yanran nodded and said emotionally, Your friend is a sensible person. She knows that friends are not as important as family. They can understand giving up friends to be with family. If your friends can't understand, then you don't need them. Was she teaching her a lesson so soon? Gu Nianji thought about it but couldn't think of anything to refute Gu Yanran. She could only remain silent the entire way and sit in Gu Yanran's car to a high-class clubhouse not far from the school. Gu Yanran was obviously a VIP there. She took out her VIP black card, and the handsome young man at the door immediately brightened. He respectfully led her and Gu Nianji to a small, elegant room. The decoration of this single room was very gentle. There were a few beautiful paper lanterns hanging on the roof. The paper was snow white, but the light was softened when it shone on the faces of the people. It was like a soft light, and everyone had a feeling that their skin was as clear as jade. The room was covered with tatami mats with a short table in the middle. The two of them had to kneel on the tatami mats. Gu Nianji disliked the Japanese kneeling posture the most. Her legs were numb after eating. "Miss Gu, do you like Japanese food?" Gu Nianji glanced at Gu Yanran and thought of the conflict she saw between Yamaguchi Yuko and Gu Yanran in the waters of the Blue Hole. Gu Yanran also thought of Yamaguchi Yuko. Her eyes dimmed as she looked at the small table on the tatami mats and said quietly, "It's all right. I used to eat here with a Japanese friend." "Miss Gu, do you have many Japanese friends?" Gu Nianji sat cross-legged on the tatami and watched Gu Yanran kneel across from her. Her posture was very precise. Gu Yanran had always been beautiful. When she sat with her head down, she had the quiet and gentle air of a Japanese woman. Gu Nianji remembered how Gu Yanran had personally killed Yamaguchi Yuko and kicked her body into the sea. Compared to this Gu Yanran who was quietly pouring sake for her, it was like a completely different person. "What do you want to eat?" Gu Yanran took the meticulously drawn menu and handed it to Gu Nianji. "Order whatever you like." Gu Nianji didn't look at the menu and smiled. "I'm not familiar with Japanese food. I'll leave it to Miss Gu to decide." "Okay, I'll order a few of the specialty dishes here and a bottle of plum wine. We can talk while we eat." Gu Nianji nodded. Soon, a waiter in a kimono walked in and took down Gu Yanran's order. He bowed deeply and backed out, closing the door behind him. "Nianji, how have you been all these years? Why didn't you look for us?" Gu Yanran was very interested in what Gu Nianji had been through all these years. "I was worried sick. I never stopped looking for you in the Caribbean. How did I know you'd come here?" Gu Nianji didn't remember at all how she went from a ship in the Caribbean Sea to a car that was about to explode on the streets of Sea City. Therefore, she couldn't answer Gu Yanran's question and only said calmly, "I don't remember either. When I woke up, Huashao had already saved me. After that, Huashao became my guardian." Gu Yanran already knew all this. Now that Gu Nianji was saying it, it only confirmed the information she had received before. This Huashao Empire's military is so unreliable. How could they let you grow up with a man? Gu Yanran sighed repeatedly. "Nianji, it's all my fault. If only I had found you earlier." Gu Yanran's words were sincere, and Gu Nianji found that she couldn't bring herself to hate her. "Huashao is very good to me. I've never been wronged." Gu Nianji quickly defended Huashao. "Miss Gu, don't think too much." "Really?" Gu Yanran looked at her steadily. "Nianji, you and I are sisters. Other than our father, we're the closest family in the world. Regardless of whether you see me as a sister or not, you're my only sister. If I don't care about you, who else should I care about?" "Yeah, thank you, Sister Gu." Gu Nianji was finally willing to call Gu Yanran sister, although she added the word Gu before sister. As they were talking, Gu Nianji's phone rang again. This time, it was Huashaoheng's exclusive ringtone. They hadn't contacted each other for a few days. Gu Nianji had been resisting the urge to call Huashaoheng. At that moment, Huashaoheng finally called. She couldn't hold it in anymore and quickly answered the call. "Nianji, where are you?" Huashaoheng's voice sounded especially low over the phone, and there was a trace of imperceptible fatigue. Gu Nianji sensed it and quickly said, "I'm outside having dinner with Miss Gu Yanran." "Huashao, what's up?" Huashaoheng froze. "Gu Yanran is having dinner with you. Where are you? How many people are there?" "It's just me and Miss Gu." Gu Nianji looked at Gu Yanran and swiped her finger to send the address to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng was sitting in a car below Gu Nianji's dormitory. It was the second night. You must vote for your friends' guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 537. Receiving the address from Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng looked it up and discovered that it was at a restaurant not far from here. Gu Yanran heard it was Hu Xiaoheng and immediately invited him warmly. Nianji, is that Mr. Hua? Let him come with us. I ordered a lot of food, and we can't finish it. Oh. Is that so? Should we invite him? Gu Nianji hesitated. Yes, no matter what, he's my future brother-in-law. Gu Yanran winked at Gu Nianji, looking happy for her. Gu Nianji was pleasantly pleased by the word brother-in-law. Her little face blushed slightly, and her porcelain-like skin blushed faintly like cherry blossoms fluttering in the snow. It was extremely moving. Gu Yanran reached out to hold her hand and squeezed it gently. She smiled. My sister is so beautiful. Who knows how many elite men will fall for you in the future. Mr. Hua is really lucky and has good taste for you so early on. Sister, you're exaggerating. Gu Nianji had subconsciously dropped the word Gu, and directly called Gu Yanran sister. Gu Yanran smiled and poured Gu Nianji another glass of sake. Gu Nianji answered Hu Xiaoheng's call. Hu Xiao, have you had dinner? Do you want to come over and eat with us? Hu Xiaoheng wasn't interested in Japanese food, but because Gu Nianji was there, he had to go see Gu Yanran and Gu Nianji. Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Hu Xiaoheng hung up and said to Zhao Liangzi, tell Big Xiong to come back. We're going to the restaurant. Yin Shixiang had already gotten out of the car and went to the dormitory building to ask for Gu Nianji. However, Gu Nianji didn't come down for a long time. It was Ma Qiqi who came down. She asked as soon as she came down, who's looking for Nianji? Me. Yin Shixiang walked over and looked at Ma Qiqi. You're Nianji's roommate. Ma Qiqi nodded. Nianji went out to eat with her family. Who are you? Do you want to leave a message for her? Then she asked, do you have her phone number? Why don't you call her? Of course, Yin Shixiang had Gu Nianji's phone number. It never occurred to him that Gu Nianji wouldn't be in the dorm at this time. Family. How could Nianji have any family? Yin Shixiang immediately realized and his expression became serious. How long has she been gone? Do you know who it is? Ma Qiqi was shocked. She wanted to say it, but she remembered that Gu Nianji had asked her to keep it a secret. She didn't know if she should say it or not, so she blushed. Do you know? Yin Shixiang raised his voice, and his face darkened even more. This little girl looked fresh and clean, but her words were sloppy. I'm not sure either. She said she just popped up. Ma Qiqi sighed inwardly. Nianji, this is as far as I can help you, just appeared. Yin Shixiang frowned and was about to ask further when he heard Hu Xiaoheng's voice through the Bluetooth headset. Come back. Nianji isn't here. Yin Shixiang immediately understood that Hu Xiaoheng must have called Gu Nianji. He angrily waved his hand at the confused Ma Qiqi. All right, I got it. Thank you. With that, he turned around and left. He was tall and burly, so when he walked out, he blocked almost all the light from the street lights shining in from the outside. Ma Qiqi curiously looked at his back before turning to go upstairs. Yin Shixiang returned to the car and heard Hu Xiaoheng say to the driver, Fan Jian, drive. Where are we going? Yin Shixiang turned around to ask Zhao Liangzi, who was sitting next to Hu Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangzi held a laptop in his hand and replied without turning his head, to Hufeng Clubhouse. Nianji is eating with Gu Yanran there. Oh, it's Gu Yanran. Yin Shixiang slapped his forehead. No wonder her roommate was stammering and said Ninji went out to eat with her family. I was wondering where Ninji's family came from other than us. Big Xiong, you're so thick-skinned. How are you considered Ninji's family? Zhao Liangzi laughed and shook his head. Gu Yanran is Ninji's legal family. How am I not considered Ninji's family? I'm her older brother. Yin Shixiang screamed as he fiercely attacked Zhao Liangzi. Pfft. Zhao Liangzi snorted but didn't continue arguing with Yin Shixiang because he noticed from the corner of his eye that Hua Xiaoheng's brows were slightly furrowed. It meant he was unhappy. Yin Shixiang turned around and saw Zhao Liangzi shoot him a look. He didn't say anything and took out his phone to scan the address. When they arrived at the clubhouse where Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran were eating, Fan Jian stopped the car at the entrance and waited for Hua Xiaoheng, Zhao Liangzi, and Yin Shixiang to get out before driving to the clubhouse's parking lot. Hua Xiaoheng brought Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang to the private room where Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran were eating. A waiter at the door opened the paper door and bowed. Please come in. Gu Yanran had told them that they would have guests coming later. Hua Xiaoheng and the others walked in and saw that it was a very elegant private room. Gu Yanran didn't expect 3 people to come. She thought it was only Hua Xiaoheng. She and Gu Nianji were using a small square table that was just right for 2 or 3 people. It could seat up to 4 people, 1 on each side. 5 people would be a bit too crowded. She was about to wave for the waiter to change to a larger private room when Yin Shixiang beat her to it. Excuse me, do you have a larger, more normal private room? Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. She walked over to pat Yin Shixiang's arm and looked up. Brother Xiong, I understand that you want a larger private room, but what do you mean by normal? What's not normal here? Yin Shixiang laughed heartily and put his hand on her shoulder. I'm not used to kneeling. Little Zay, Hua Xiao, and I won't be able to eat in this position. Gu Nianji actually didn't like it either, but she could tolerate it. Unlike Hua Xiaoheng and the others, they probably didn't need to tolerate it. Okay, let's change to another room. Gu Nianji clapped her hands in agreement. Gu Yanran slowly stood up and nodded to Hua Xiaoheng. Mr. Hua, nice to meet you. Hua Xiaoheng nodded casually. When did Miss Gu arrive? Didn't you want to verify it in Barbados? I just arrived a few days ago. Now that it's confirmed, I can't wait to find my sister. Gu Yanran walked to Gu Nianji's side and held her hand. She draped an arm around her shoulder in a protective posture. The waiter at the door went to find the manager to change the private room. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi stood at the door with a smile. They were on guard and watched the 3 people in the room amused. Hua Xiaoheng stood alone to the side with Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran in front of him. Gu Nianji didn't say much, but Gu Yanran started chatting with Hua Xiaoheng politely. Oh. Miss Gu believes that Nianji is your sister? Hua Xiaoheng asked coolly. His gaze swept past Gu Yanran's face and landed on Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji tilted her head slightly to avoid Hua Xiaoheng's gaze. The evidence is irrefutable. I have no choice but to believe it. Gu Yanran joked. I haven't thanked Mr. Hua for taking care of my sister all these years. I'll treat Mr. Hua, Mr. Zhao, and Mr. Yin to a meal today. It's my duty. Miss Gu is too polite. Hua Xiaoheng absent-mindedly brushed Gu Yanran off, but his gaze was still on Gu Nianji. Sister, you said you were treating me to a meal. Gu Nianji still didn't look at Hua Xiaoheng. She pretended to be jealous and shook Gu Yanran's arm. Of course it's mainly to treat you. Treating them today is just a convenience. Treating me to a kiss is the main thing. Gu Yanran pinched Gu Nianji's delicate little nose. They were sisters after all. They seemed to be very close in an instant. Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji, who was throwing a tantrum, and then at Hu Xiaoheng, who kept staring at her. She giggled. Mr. Hua, you and Ninji already have this kind of relationship. Isn't it too distant to still call me Miss Gu? Hu Xiaoheng smiled and didn't reply. Yin Shixiang quickly came over to interrupt. There's a bigger private room over there. Let's go. I already told the manager. Gu Yanran nodded. Let's go. Gu Nianji had put on too much airs earlier. Now she couldn't find a way out. She was also too embarrassed to act cute in front of so many people, especially in front of Gu Yanran. She didn't dare to look at him again. She lowered her head and followed Gu Yanran to the door. When she reached Hu Xiaoheng's side, he finally reached out to hold her arm. He didn't say anything, but his palm was burning. The part of his hand that was holding Gu Nianji's arm was almost scalding. Gu Nianji's heart trembled. She couldn't help but slow down. Gu Yanran looked back and smiled. We'll go first. You guys take your time. As she spoke, she said to Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang, please go first. The private room over there is bigger than this one. There are also tables and chairs. You don't have to kneel to eat. After Gu Yanran, Zhao Liangze, and Yin Shixiang left, only Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were left in the small private room. The half-old paper door in front of them was half-closed. There was no one in the hallway outside. They could see the beautiful paintings on the opposite wall. There was also a lantern with beautiful women hanging in the hallway. Hu Xiaoheng was silent. He didn't say anything. He pulled Gu Nianji into his arms. His two arms wrapped around her tightly. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. His deep and magnetic voice echoed in her ear. Are you angry? Gu Nianji's anger had almost subsided. She couldn't help feeling even more wronged when he asked. Her eyes turned red. She struggled in Hu Xiaoheng's arms but couldn't break free. He hugged her even tighter. I've been busy lately. Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a long time. He finally explained. You're so busy that you don't even have time to make a call or send a text. Gu Nianji finally spoke. Her voice was as soft as a kitten's, and it was even trembling. It was obvious that she had mustered up her courage to say this. They had only just started dating. There were no times when they couldn't help themselves. Gu Nianji couldn't imagine if he wouldn't be attracted to her at all after they spent more time together. This is the first chapter with 3,000 words. Dear friends, please vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. There will be an additional chapter at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General's Qidian app at noon to collect your red packets. Just click to the end of the chapter and read the password. In order not to affect everyone's red packets, I didn't even send out the ticket request. Hurry up and cast your monthly vote to support the Major General. Chapter 538. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his eyes to look at the girl in his arms. Her porcelain white and delicate skin was slightly flushed. Her eyes were bright like water, and they were full of life. Every inch of her face and expression had long been engraved in the depths of his heart. They were incomparably familiar. I'll call you when I'm free in the future. Hu Xiaoheng gave in again because he subconsciously didn't want to see Gu Nianji frowning and unhappy. Then remember. Don't forget. Gu Nianji pouted her small, plump lips and looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. Her eyes were filled with his figure. I think our classmates in long-distance relationships want nothing more than to live on their phones. You haven't even called me once in the past few days. So that was the reason. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he be on the phone all day like her classmates? It's impossible to call every day, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly and patted Gu Nianji's head. I'll try to call when I'm free. Okay, stop fooling around. Let's go eat. He naturally held her hand and walked out of the small room. Gu Nianji sighed. She felt that Hu Xiaoheng still didn't understand what she meant. Hu Xiao, I'm not asking you to call every day. She frowned, and her expression was a little depressed. But when you love someone, don't you want to see them more, listen to their voice, and even spend more time with them? For example, she wanted nothing more than to stick to Hu Xiaoheng every day. Unfortunately, she wasn't a child anymore. Back then, she could ignore everything and follow Hu Xiaoheng every day and be his leg pendant. Now that she was older, she would be a joke if she continued to be like this. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji. Okay, I understand. He still held her hand and walked with her into the large single room. There was a long table in the middle of the room with all kinds of exquisite dishes and a few bottles of sake. Gu Yanran, Zhao Liangze, and Yin Shixiang were already sitting at the table and chatting happily. She looked up to see Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji walk in hand. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was normal, but Gu Nianji's expression was a bit ugly. However, after entering, she smiled faintly and sat next to Gu Yanran with Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang. Hu Xiaoheng knew that his girl was throwing a tantrum, so he didn't mind and sat on the other side of her. Only then did Gu Nianji reveal a hint of joy, and the gloominess in her eyes was no longer so obvious. Hu Xiaoheng took the serving chopsticks and picked up some of Gu Nianji's favorite dishes, shrimp tempura, pork rolls in ginger sauce, and a tender piece of wagyu steak. He placed it on her plate, which was decorated with carps. Gu Nianji pointed at the tempura prawns on the other side of the table. I want that too. Hu Xiaoheng reached out with his long arm and placed a few on her small plate. Eat less fried food. It's not healthy. Tempura had a nice name, but it was actually a fried food. Gu Nianji ignored him and happily ate. Gu Yanran saw it and quickly said, then eat less. Nianji, Mr. Hu already said it, why are you still eating? I rarely eat fried food. It's fine if I eat it once in a while today, right? Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng, then at Gu Yanran. She felt that both of them were controlling her. Yin Shixiang quickly helped her out and winked at her. Of course it's fine if you eat it once in a while. Also, our Nianji is a natural beauty. She won't get pimples or gain weight no matter how much fried junk food she eats. He really had to rub it in. Gu Nianji had been anxious for the past few days, so she did have a small pimple on her forehead. The delicious shrimp tempura instantly changed its taste in her mouth and tasted like wax. She swallowed it with all her might and didn't touch the tempura on her plate again. She only ate the wagyu steak. Hu Xiaoheng gave her 2 sweet potato, glutinous rice, and red bean pastries to fill her stomach. Gu Yanran took a sip of sake. Her face was bright red, and her eyes were rippling like water. She watched Hu Xiaoheng continuously pick food for Gu Nianji and smiled. Why aren't you eating, Mr. Hua? Is it not to your taste? Yeah, I'm eating. Hu Xiaoheng had a piece of wagyu steak in front of him. He ate 2 bites before putting it down. Although wagyu was known as the best beef in the world, Hu Xiaoheng just didn't like it. Gu Yanran then said to Gu Nianji, Nianji, you're also half the host. Don't just eat by yourself. Help Mr. Hua get food too. Mr. Hua has already gotten you a lot. Gu Nianji looked up. How am I half the host? Am I not a guest today? Sister, didn't you say you were treating me today? But you're my sister, so of course you're also half the host. Gu Yanran said as she used serving chopsticks to pick up another piece of wagyu steak for Hu Xiaoheng. Everyone eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Thank you. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and used a knife to cut the steak into small pieces. He ate it slowly. Gu Nianji smiled. We're all friends now. Sister doesn't have to keep calling him Mr. Hua, right? It sounds so unfamiliar. Okay, then I'll call him Hua Xiao like you do. Gu Yanran immediately changed the way she addressed him. Of course, calling him Hua Xiao was more familiar than calling him Mr. Hua, but it wasn't very intimate because everyone called him that. Gu Nianji was very satisfied with Gu Yanran's reaction. She looked at her with a smile and started eating the sweet potato glutinous rice balls. Hua Xiaoheng was halfway through eating when his phone rang. He unlocked it and looked at it before standing up. I'm going out to take a call. With that, he left the room. Zhao Liangse and Yin Shixiang immediately put down their chopsticks and followed him out. Only Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran were left in the room. Gu Yanran comforted Gu Nianji softly. Nianji, did you fight with Hua Xiao? Don't be so hot-tempered. Oh. I didn't. Gu Nianji looked away guiltily. She didn't dare to meet Gu Yanran's eyes. You're still denying it. Look at how guilty you look. Gu Yanran was angry and amused at the same time. She held her wine glass and spaced out for a while. Hua Xiao is such a rare good man. Nianji, you have to take advantage of him. Between the two of us, one of us has to be happy. Gu Nianji was confused and tilted her head to look at Gu Yanran. Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You're still young. You'll understand in the future. Gu Yanran downed the wine in her glass. It's not easy to meet a good man. Once you meet him, don't let him go. Gu Nianji felt even more guilty. She smiled sheepishly and poured wine for Gu Yanran. What's wrong, sister? Are you drunk? You're talking nonsense. No, I'm not drunk. Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji and reached out to lift her chin with a finger. She studied her face for a long time and sighed. You're so beautiful. Nianji, you're getting more and more beautiful. Yeah, that's what everyone says. I really don't know how ugly I was when I was young. Gu Nianji made an amused expression. Gu Yanran giggled and took out a photo from her handbag. Here, look at what you looked like when you were young. Gu Nianji took it. It was a family photo. A gentle and elegant man and a quiet and gentle woman sat in the middle. There were two girls standing next to them. The older girl was about 16 or 17 years old, and the younger girl was about 11 years old. The older girl was definitely Gu Yanran, because her current appearance was not much different from when she was 16 or 17 years old. However, the younger girl was definitely Gu Nianji from 7 years ago. Gu Nianji looked at the little girl in the photo. She looked exactly the same as in the photo of her holding a doll. She immediately sat up straight and asked excitedly with her eyes wide open, Is this our family? Yeah. Gu Yanran looked at her strangely and asked carefully, This is Mom and Dad. Also, Nianji, look, my appearance hasn't changed much, but why didn't you recognize me when you saw me? Is there a reason? This was the second night. You must vote for the guaranteed monthly votes of your loved ones. And the recommendation votes. Chapter 539. Gu Nianji's amnesia wasn't a secret that needed to be hidden because too many people knew about it. Moreover, it was precisely because she couldn't remember anything before she was 12 that the Special Operations Forces had been searching for her for so many years. She shrugged and said nonchalantly, It's not a problem. I just don't remember. Don't remember. Gu Yanran's narrow phoenix eyes widened in shock as she repeated, How can you not remember? You really don't remember. Dad, Mom, and me. Our home. How can you not remember? I don't know either. Gu Nianji knocked her head. I really want to remember, but I can't. My head hurts every time I think about what happened that year. Oh. Your head hurts. It's that serious. Gu Yanran grew worried. How long has it been hurting? Do you want to see a doctor? I know the best neurosurgeon in the United States and a neurologist. I'll contact them and take you to the States for a follow-up. It's okay as long as I don't think about the past. Gu Nianji put down her chopsticks and took a sip of plum wine. And now that my sister and father have been found, I don't need to think about the past anymore. Gu Yanran nodded. No wonder. Sigh, sister was too careless. Your name was Gu Nianji, but I didn't even think to check if you were my sister. So we had to take a detour before we could reunite. Speaking of this, Gu Nianji thought of He Jichu. She moved closer to Gu Yanran and asked tentatively, Sister, have you known Professor He for a long time? He seems to be very close to you. It's all right. Gu Yanran smiled meaningfully. I only met Lawyer He 3 or 4 years ago. At that time, it was because of the Gu family's matters and I needed a legal representative. That's why I found his law firm. His assistant, Wen Shui, is my lawyer. Gu Nianji didn't have a good impression of Wen Shui. She pouted and sat back down, thinking about Gu Yanran's words. If what Gu Yanran said was true, and He Jichu only met Gu Yanran 3 or 4 years ago, then why did He Jichu act like he had known her for a long time? Also, He Jichu did have a lot of evidence to prove that he had known her for a long time, but 3 or 4 years ago, Gu Nianji was already at the Huaxia Imperial Special Operations Forces base in Sea City and was under strict protection. She never had the chance to see He Jichu at all. It was really strange. You really only met 3 or 4 years ago. Gu Nianji poured a glass of wine for Gu Yanran. I thought the He and Gu families were old friends, haha, if only we were family friends. Gu Yanran sighed and held Gu Nianji's hand on the table. Then I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Nianji, I used to be the only one supporting the Gu family. I really can't take it anymore. You know, with father's current condition, he can't do anything at all. I'm the only one left to fend for myself. Fortunately, you're back. With us sisters working together, those people won't dare to do anything to us. Those people? Who are they? Gu Nianji had heard from Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang that Gu Yanran had been held hostage by gunmen at the airport. Because of that, Hu Xiaoheng had been alone with her for a day and a night. Gu Nianji felt a little uncomfortable when she thought about it. But she knew that it wasn't Hu Xiaoheng's fault at all. And from the looks of it, Gu Yanran didn't seem to have such intentions. Therefore, she suppressed her displeasure. Whether she was jealous or angry, as long as it didn't bother others, it was normal for people to vent their emotions. I don't know who they are either. Gu Yanran spread her hands. Nianji, since you don't remember the past, I don't mind telling you. Our father was a very outstanding scholar and engineer. He created many patents, and the patent fees that our family receives every year are astronomical. Oh, Gu Nianji replied, but didn't say anything special. Gu Yanran secretly observed Gu Nianji's expression and realized that she really didn't care about the Gu family's wealth. She couldn't help but secretly nod. If it was someone with ulterior motives, Gu Yanran would definitely be wary of them if their eyes lit up at the mention of a huge fortune. But Gu Nianji probably really didn't care. Of course, it was also possible that she was a great traitor and a great hypocrite. She wouldn't be able to tell the truth after a meal. Gu Yanran decided to wait and see. Gu Nianji really didn't care much about the Gu family's wealth. To someone who donated $100 million without hesitation, wealth was just a number to her. Look at you, you really don't know anything about the Gu family. Gu Yanran said with a half-smile. That's true. You have a strong boyfriend like Hu Xiao, so you don't have to care about the Gu family. But you are still a daughter of the Gu family, so when you get married in the future, I'll prepare a generous dowry for you. What day and age are you talking about dowry? Gu Nianji laughed and quickly changed the topic. Sister, what about you? My future brother-in-law, where is he? Gu Nianji originally wanted to say, brother-in-law, but when she said that, she glanced at Gu Yanran's left ring finger and saw that there was no ring on it. She knew that Gu Yanran wasn't married yet, so she changed it to future brother-in-law. Future brother-in-law, huh? Gu Yanran tilted her head and smiled. Your sister has bad luck. She's already 25 years old, but she still doesn't have a boyfriend. Oh. No way. Sister is so beautiful, but she never had a boyfriend. Gu Nianji looked at Gu Yanran suspiciously and looked her up and down in disbelief. I used to have a boyfriend, but we broke up. Gu Yanran said nonchalantly. You don't think that I'm 25 or 26 years old and still an old virgin, do you? Gu Nianji's face flushed immediately. She mumbled a few times and lowered her head to eat. Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji's lowered cheeks, and her white, jade-like earlobes turned pink. The light from the roof shone down, and the thin layer of soft hair on the back of her neck could be clearly seen. Like a baby's, it still seemed to exude a milky fragrance. A girl of 18 or 19 years old was beautiful and tender in every way. She was really at the age of a budding flower. Gu Yanran sighed slowly and looked at her watch. Why was Hua Xiao gone for so long? The phone call had taken almost half an hour. Gu Nianji also looked at her watch. Really? Was it urgent? Gu Yanran was familiar with Deputy Director Feng of the Hua Xia Imperial Secret Service, so she knew that Hua Xiaoheng's identity wasn't ordinary. Later, Su Piaohong leaked the secret, and the video was uploaded online, which confirmed her suspicions. It was the Gu family's fortune that such a powerful man cared so much about his sister. Gu Yanran saw the watch on Gu Nianji's wrist from the corner of her eye and said, Am I seeing things? There's a woman's watch like this. I asked a few times, but they said they only have men's watches. Gu Nianji pulled down her sleeves to cover her watch, and couldn't help smiling. She said casually, Hua Xiao gave this to me. I heard it was custom-made. One for him, one for me. Oh. So it's a custom-made couple's watch. No wonder. Gu Yanran sighed even more. Hua Xiao is really amazing. He actually got that arrogant brand to custom-make a couple's watch for him. Gu Nianji smiled and didn't reply. She stood up and said, I'll go see what's going on. Before she could walk out, the door to the private room opened. Yin Shixiang poked his head in. Nianji, we have something to do. We have to go back. Hua Xiao asked if you were coming. Oh. So soon. Gu Nianji hesitated and turned to look at Gu Yanran. She saw her sitting there alone. The long dining table was filled with delicacies, but she had the word lonely written all over her face. Gu Yanran waved at her. Go, go. Hua Xiao is more important than me. Don't argue with him anymore. When did I? Gu Nianji retorted unwillingly, but still said, then I'll go first. Sister, we'll talk later. Okay. Gu Yanran raised her glass and took a sip without looking at her. Gu Nianji could see that she was a bit unhappy, but would she be stupid to abandon Hua Xiaoheng and be with Gu Yanran at a time like this? She sighed and followed Yin Shixiang out of the club to the parking lot. Yin Shixiang opened the door for her, and Gu Nianji looked inside. Zhao Liangzi tactfully sat on the other side of the back seat. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the middle and seemed to be waiting for her. Gu Nianji smiled at him and said insincerely, Hua Xiao, if you have something to do, you can leave first. But in her heart, she thought, if you dare leave first, then you're dead meat. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and looked at her. He extended his hand to her. Come in. His voice was a bit stern, but it carried the authority that she was familiar with. Gu Nianji pouted but still sat in the car. Fan Jian quickly started the car and drove into the night towards the south gate of B University. No one spoke on the way. Gu Nianji and Yin Shixiang were usually the most talkative people, but today they were both very quiet. Zhao Liangzi didn't need to say anything. He wouldn't speak if no one else spoke. Hu Xiaoheng habitually draped one arm on the back of the seat behind Gu Nianji and rubbed his forehead with the other. His face was expressionless, but it was obvious that something troublesome was going on. Gu Nianji was nervous and wanted to ask, but there were so many people in the car. She couldn't use her pestering skills, so she could only stay silent. She was actually very anxious. The car finally arrived at Gu Nianji's dorm. Fan Jian, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangzi all got out of the car, leaving Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng alone in the car. Now that there were no outsiders, the atmosphere between them relaxed a little. Hu Xiaoheng pulled on Gu Nianji's shoulder, and she leaned into his embrace. She chose a more comfortable position to snuggle. Hu Xiaoheng rested his chin on the top of her head and slowly caressed it. He felt her soft and smooth hair and took a deep breath. He thought about the upcoming mission and Gu Nianji's unstable emotions. He finally said, "Nianji, I've already submitted a marriage application to the higher-ups." Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. This was the first chapter with 3,000 words. All she wanted was to vote for it. There would be an extra chapter at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General of Qidian app at noon to collect your red packet. You just had to click to the end of this chapter to see the password for the red packet. Chapter 540. WH. What report? Gu Nianji thought she was hearing things and struggled out of Hu Xiaoheng's arms to pick her ears. However, Hu Xiaoheng pressed her against his chest and his voice floated down from above her head. The lights in the car weren't turned on, and the street lamps outside emitted a warm yellow light that made the car even darker. It felt surreal. Gu Nianji was stunned. She only wanted to be in a good relationship. Why did they suddenly talk about marriage? They hadn't even reached the stage where they were passionately in love and couldn't stop themselves from exchanging their hearts for each other. How did they suddenly jump to the end of their relationship? The end of love was either a breakup or a happy ending. They both meant the same thing. Gu Nianji rubbed against Hu Xiaoheng's chest and hugged his strong waist tightly. She muttered, "Marriage is the grave of love." "Hu Xiao, are you sure you want us to go to the grave before our love has even bloomed?" "Nonsense." Hu Xiaoheng patted her head. "Where did you get all these sour and twisted theories from?" "It's true. I've seen psychologists talk about the 3 stages of love." Gu Nianji finally looked up from Hu Xiaoheng's arms and looked into his eyes that were as deep as the night sky. She murmured, "The first stage is the ambiguous stage. The second stage is the stage of passionate love. The third stage is the stage of emotional transformation. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her. "What do you mean?" "It's the transformation from love to love. It could be friendship or family, or it could be nothing." Gu Nianji spoke eloquently and drew a hook on Hu Xiaoheng's chest with one hand. "There's very little love between a husband and wife. There's more family. The existence of love is short-lived and dazzling. Hu Xiao, let me enjoy the sweetness and excitement of love. You just want to do it a few more times." Hu Xiaoheng lifted her chin with one hand and asked calmly, "Is that right?" "Of course not." Gu Nianji denied it flatly. She tilted her head and moved her chin away from Hu Xiaoheng's fingers. "Hu Xiao, Hu Xiaoheng raised a finger and pressed it against her lips, successfully stopping her from continuing. "Let me finish. I just submitted the marriage application, and the organization is having a meeting to discuss it. They still need to vote on it, and then there will be a background check. Hu Xiaoheng explained the entire process in detail for the first time. Gu Nianji was stunned by what she heard. In the past, she only knew that there was a background check, but now she understood that the background check was an investigation carried out after the marriage was agreed. If the application was rejected, there would be no need for a background check. Her big, bright eyes stared at Hu Xiaoheng without blinking. Her focused expression was childish and serious. Hu Xiaoheng continued, according to normal procedures, it may take half a year for the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council to discuss and vote on the final decision. Oh, after the vote is passed, there will be a background check. The process can take anywhere from 1 to 3 years. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her. So you don't have to worry. You're not getting married tomorrow. You can still take your time and continue to enjoy the sweetness of love. Gu Nianji's face heated up, but she didn't want to be suppressed by Hu Xiaoheng. She said unhappily, "What's wrong with enjoying love? Hu Xiao, how can you slander me?" "I slander you." "Yes, you're saying that I'm pretentious to enjoy love." Gu Nianji glared at Hu Xiaoheng, but her big eyes were too watery. "You've always been pretentious." Hu Xiaoheng laughed. Seeing that she was about to explode, he whispered in her ear. "Okay, it's okay to be pretentious in front of me, just don't be pretentious in front of others." "Really?" Gu Nianji glanced at Hu Xiaoheng. She couldn't tell from his faint smile whether he was joking or sincere. "You really don't find it annoying?" "I find it annoying, but I don't find it annoying," Hu Xiaoheng said honestly. Gu Nianji choked and turned her head angrily. "You think I'm annoying now? Then why did you submit the marriage application?" "It's for the sake of the people. Just annoy me. Don't annoy others." Hu Xiaoheng locked her against his chest. "Be good. I might have to go abroad for a mission soon." Gu Nianji froze. "You have to go abroad for a mission? You're a major general now, not a soldier. Why do you have to do it yourself?" "Because it's a mission that requires a major general to do it himself." Gu Nianji's lips parted. She really wanted to ask what kind of mission it was for Hu Xiaoheng to do it himself, but she knew that Hu Xiaoheng's work couldn't be told to others. He was already being lenient by telling her that there would be a mission. She struggled in her mind for a long time, but finally decided not to mention it. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng's neck and reminded him, "Be careful and come back soon. I'll wait for you at home." "Okay." Hu Xiaoheng patted her head and tucked her messy hair behind her ear. "You have to be good too. You have to restrain yourself when I'm not in the country. You have to wait for me to come back if you want to be pretentious. Then you have to come back. If you don't, I'll be pretentious with someone else." Gu Nianji sniffled and threatened. "Don't you dare." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her. "You'll be punished according to the family rules when I come back." "Family rules? Do we have family rules? Why don't I know about it?" Gu Nianji refused to back down and insisted on getting back at him. "You want to know?" Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head to her ear. His voice was husky and suggestive. "Do you want to come back to the apartment with me today? I'll show you the family rules." Gu Nianji's face flushed. Fortunately, it was dark in the car and she couldn't see his face clearly. Otherwise, she would be even more embarrassed. "No." She shook her head. "I have to go back to the dormitory. I've taken so many days off, and today isn't the weekend. I still have class early tomorrow morning." If she went back with him to enforce the family rules, she would definitely not be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Hu Xiaoheng was indeed the #1 ace of the Special Operations Forces. His stamina was not just for show. After a night of torment, Even though Gu Nianji's body was stronger than the average person's, she still couldn't withstand his repeated torment. How would she be able to attend class tomorrow? Gu Nianji didn't want to skip class anymore. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Hu Xiaoheng still had something to do today. Even if she agreed, he actually couldn't accompany her. Hu Xiaoheng was able to spare an hour to have a meal with her. It was already a tight schedule. Okay, then I'll owe it to you for now. I'll make it up to you when I come back. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled, his fingers gently caressing the edge of Gu Nianji's cheek. The pads of his fingers were slightly calloused, and there was a faint smell of gunpowder between his fingers. It was the smell of a gun. It was a bit pungent, but it made her feel safe. After a while, Gu Nianji finally grunted and said again, "You have to be careful." In the past, Hu Xiaoheng had also gone on missions, but Gu Nianji didn't have this mentality of worrying about personal gains and losses. Their relationship was different now, and so was their mood. Hu Xiaoheng walked her out of the car, and the two of them walked to Gu Nianji's dormitory door. Gu Nianji looked up at him and asked, "When are you leaving?" "When it's time to go." Hu Xiaoheng could only say that much. Gu Nianji watched his car drive away before feeling like she was floating back to her dormitory. Ma Qiqi was already asleep, and the lights in her room were dark. Gu Nianji threw herself on the bed as soon as she entered and buried her head in the pillow. Her heart was full of thoughts. Oh my God! Hu Xiao is going to marry me. But he hasn't even proposed yet. How can he just marry anyone he wants? Okay, Hu Xiao does have the right to marry whoever he wants. Am I going to marry myself just like that? She couldn't sleep for almost the entire night. The two little people in her mind continued to fight, and the dark circles under her eyes were especially serious the next day. When she arrived at He Zhichu's office for class, He Zhichu immediately saw her sleep-deprived face and asked coldly, "What's wrong? Did you steal last night?" "Oh. Steal? No. I was sleeping in the dormitory the whole time." Gu Nianji was so sleepy that her brain was slow. She actually didn't understand what He Zhichu was implying. He Zhichu snickered and brought her a cup of warm milk. "Drink some milk to relax." Gu Nianji drank the warm milk and actually felt even more sleepy. She sat on the sofa and listened to He Zhichu explain a case and actually fell asleep in a daze. Fortunately, she was the only one in class today, so He Zhichu didn't say anything else. He covered her with a thin blanket and went to the study to prepare for class. After Hu Xiaoheng sent Gu Nianji back to be university that night, he went to the Senate. Speaker Long and General Ji were waiting for him there. There were many things that weren't explained clearly over the phone, so he had to come for a meeting with them to carefully understand the mission this time. This was the second night. He had to vote for the guaranteed monthly votes of his loved ones. And the recommendation votes. Chapter 541. Walking into Speaker Long's office in the Senate building, Hu Xiaoheng's gaze swept over the antique furnishings in the room. He saluted the two elders in the room. "Hello, Chief. Sit." Speaker Long pointed to the sofa across from him. The office staff brought Hu Xiaoheng a cup of tea and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng hadn't come here this late to drink tea. He went straight to the point. "Excuse me, Chief, what's going on?" Speaker Long waved his hand. The staff in the room understood and immediately left the office, closing the door behind them. Only Speaker Long, General Ji, and Hu Xiaoheng were left in the room. Speaker Long's expression was solemn. The Prime Minister election will be held in a month. What did the Prime Minister election have to do with the Special Operations Forces? They clearly couldn't interfere with internal affairs and could only manage things outside the country's borders. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at General Ji. Seeing that he didn't comment, he didn't ask further and patiently listened to Speaker Long finish. This time, Prime Minister Do can no longer run. The other candidates have performed very well. Up until now, only 2 have performed exceptionally well. Hu Xiaoheng knew they were talking about the Minister of the Interior, Bai Jianqing, and the Minister of Justice, Tan Dongbang. No one was surprised by Bai Jianqing. After Prime Minister Do's incident, Bai Jianqing was now leading the cabinet and acting like a temporary prime minister. Everyone thought his election was a done deal, but they didn't expect Tan Dongbang, the Minister of Justice, to suddenly announce his intention to run for the election. He continuously issued several election platforms, claiming to rule the country according to law and attacking the privileged classes. At the same time, he threw out the ancient wisdom that, if a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. He unexpectedly won the hearts of the voters. In addition, when he was the Minister of Justice, he was committed to redressing wrongful cases and pushing for the courts to review some controversial cases. Many people were already grateful to him, so when he announced his candidacy, he immediately overshadowed the Minister of the Interior, Bai Jianqing. The person you mentioned on the phone is related to Minister Tan, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. Who is it? Since he wants to run for Prime Minister, did you conduct a strict background check on him? If his immediate family members have emigrated overseas, he won't be eligible to participate, right? Of course, we've looked into it. The Tans are a large family, and many of their collateral relatives are overseas, just like your grandmother's Xia family. However, Tan Dongbang's immediate family members are all Huaxia citizens, but he has a daughter who is studying abroad on a student visa and is not an immigrant. She graduated this summer and originally planned to continue her postgraduate studies abroad, but because her father decided to run for the election last minute, she has to return home before the election, which is the day after her graduation exams. Speaker Long tossed out a document and placed it in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng quietly picked up the documents and flipped through them. So this is what you meant by urgent matters. You want to send a major general from the Special Operations Forces to bring a female exchange student back to China. He's a commoner with no special privileges. General G, Speaker Long chuckled. Very sharp, Xiaoheng, but I'm not done with this matter yet. I'm all ears. Tan Dongbang's daughter Tan Guiren, stop, why do you say his daughter is a benefactor? Hu Xiaoheng expressed his confusion again. He didn't know much about the people in the cabinet, and even less about the relatives in his family. It's not that his daughter is a benefactor, it's that his daughter is called Guiren. Speaker Long almost cried and knelt down. He was also complaining about what kind of name Tan Dongbang had given his daughter. Why wasn't Guiren called Lucky Star? Oh. Hu Xiaoheng paused. Continue. This Tan Guiren is studying violin at Juilliard in the United States. She's always behaved herself and is very obedient. But because her father ran for the prime minister election, she was implicated. Speaker Long's voice lowered as he placed another document in front of Hu Xiaoheng. I just received news that she went missing from her dormitory. Hu Xiaoheng, he glanced at General G. General G nodded at him. The embassy has already sent people there to investigate. She's indeed missing. Hu Xiaoheng took the documents and flipped through them. As he read, he asked. Even if she really went missing, how do you know it's related to her father's election? Maybe it's just a simple criminal case. Because someone sent a letter to Tan Dongbang, claiming that if he withdrew from the election, his daughter would be able to return safely. If he didn't, his daughter's life would be worse than death. Speaker Long slammed the table and said angrily, I was furious when I saw this letter. This is outrageous. We're the prime minister candidate of a great nation, and yet we're being threatened like this. Is there any law or order? Then why are you looking for me? Hu Xiaoheng sat up straight. You can use the Special Operations Forces personnel in the United States for this kind of thing, but there's no need for me to personally do it, right? He was the head of the Special Operations Forces, so he didn't need to do field investigations. Also, this was discovered by the first-class military officer of our embassy. General G suddenly spoke and placed another document in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Take a look. Doesn't it look familiar? Hu Xiaoheng took it and flipped through it again. When he saw the data, his hands suddenly stopped moving. His eyes stared at the string of numbers in a daze. This was a string of magnetic field data. To be precise, it was a set of abnormal magnetic field data. It was the same magnetic field data that Hu Xiaoheng's maternal grandfather, Song Haichuan, and mother, Song Jining, had produced when their experiment failed 17 years ago. It was the same abnormal magnetic field data that Gu Nianji had appeared 7 years ago. It was also the same abnormal magnetic field data that they had discovered in the Somali waters last year. But this time, the location was in the student dormitory at Juilliard in New York. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained an unmoved expression on his face. Putting away the document, he looked up and said, "The Special Operations Forces has been following up on this magnetic field for a long time. We also have people in charge, so it's more appropriate to send them. But in the past, whenever you heard of something like this, you were always the first to ask to investigate." Speaker Long was a bit confused. "Why don't you want to go now? Times have changed." Hu Xiaoheng played Tai Chi. He wouldn't tell Speaker Long and General Ji what the real reason was. Since Gu Nianji's family background was already known, the magnetic field data was just a set of data. General Ji and Speaker Long looked at each other, then at Hu Xiaoheng. "You're really not interested? You don't want to go? The mission that I'm assigned to is to investigate something that has a major impact on national interests." "What impact does the disappearance of a prime minister candidate's daughter have on our national interests?" Hu Xiaoheng was unmoved. "I can't even finish my own things, so I can't be a police dog to investigate missing people." General Ji and Speaker Long spent a long time talking to Hu Xiaoheng, but they couldn't convince him. In the end, seeing that it was almost dawn, the two of them were old and couldn't hold on much longer. They told him to go back and think about it, and then adjourned the meeting. Hu Xiaoheng walked out of the Senate and looked at the golden clouds that had just appeared on the horizon. The red sun was about to erupt. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to go see Gu Nianji again, he heard his phone ring again. This time, it was his personal phone. Less than 5 people knew the number. He picked it up and saw that it was actually Chen Lai. "Hu Xiao, where are you?" "Not at the base. Can you come to my office for a bit?" Chen Lai's voice was a bit urgent. "I'll be right back." Hu Xiaoheng replied simply and hung up. He got into the car and said to Fan Jian, "Let's go back to the base." Hu Xiaoheng got into the car and rubbed his forehead. He closed his eyes and slept for a while. He woke up after returning to the base, but didn't return to his official residence. Instead, he went to see Chen Lai. Chen Lai was on the top floor of the medical building in the base. Hu Xiaoheng took the elevator to where Chen Lai worked alone. Chen Lai had called him several times yesterday to ask him to go over. He also wanted to see how Gu Xiangwen was doing. In the few days since his return, Chen Lai had finally stabilized Gu Xiangwen's condition. His body was slowly recovering. Pushing open the snow-white door of the ward, Hu Xiaoheng poked his head out to look at Gu Xiangwen lying on the hospital bed. There were all kinds of tubes in his body, and the equipment beside the bed was like a workshop. Chen Lai was in the office next door and saw Hu Xiaoheng come up through the surveillance screen. He waited for a while before seeing Hu Xiaoheng walk into his office. "You've seen him?" Chen Lai rolled his eyes. "He's under my care." "What are you worried about?" "I'm not worried. I just wanted to see when he'll wake up." Hu Xiaoheng leaned forward and picked up an apple from the corner of Chen Lai's desk. He took a bite. Sour. He put it down and asked Chenlai, "Why were you looking for me?" Chenlai's brows furrowed. He glanced at Hu Xiaoheng, then looked away guiltily. His eyes darted around the office, but he refused to answer the question. Hu Xiaoheng had been friends with Chenlai for many years. He could tell from his expression that he was in trouble. Fiddling with the bitten apple on the table, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "What do you want now? You can't save him, so you're trying to get Ninji. How many times have I warned you that Ninji isn't your lab rat? Don't even think about using her to save Gu Xiangwen. I'll despise you for the rest of my life if you do." Chenlai seemed to have something stuck in his chest. He wanted to say it, but he couldn't. His face turned purple. After a while, he jumped up from the back of the office and rushed to the door to shut it tightly. He also turned off all the surveillance cameras in his office. Finally, he asked Hu Xiaoheng, "Do you have a way to check the hidden surveillance cameras here?" He had something to say, and he didn't want anyone to hear or record it. Hu Xiaoheng became serious. This was the headquarters building of the Special Operations Forces. Even he didn't know how many hidden surveillance cameras there were. So if he had something to say that he didn't want others to know, he couldn't do it here. He stood up. "I have something to do. I'll be leaving now." Chenlai understood. He quickly jumped up to grab his coat and put it on. He walked out of his office with Hu Xiaoheng. The two of them took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the spacious square in front of the medical building. As long as they kept their voices down, there was absolutely no way any equipment would be able to eavesdrop. Hu Xiaoheng saw how cautious Chenlai was. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was already mentally prepared. "Tell me, what's going on?" Chenlai sweated when he was nervous. He took off his glasses and wiped them before putting them back on. He mustered up his courage and said, "Hu Xiao, I'll tell you first. Don't be anxious." "Okay, tell me." "This time, I can't even use Ninji's bone marrow." "Ha! Her DNA doesn't match Gu Xiangwen's." This was the first chapter with 3,400 words. He just wanted to say, "Hurry up and vote for the monthly votes." There would be an additional chapter at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General on the Qidian app at noon to collect your red packets. He just had to click to the end of this chapter to see the password for the red packet. Today was the last day to receive red packets. He could try again. How about asking for a few monthly votes? Chapter 542. Hu Xiaoheng was quiet for a moment before asking, "What does DNA inconsistencies have to do with you using her bone marrow?" It was fine as long as the bone marrow matched. Chenlai smiled wryly. "I'm telling you one of the results. Not only is the DNA inconsistent, but the bone marrow also doesn't match, so I can't use it even if I wanted to." "You really thought about it? You even tried?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at him coldly. "Are you tired of living? If you want to cause trouble, I'll accompany you." Chenlai was also angry. He squeezed out the words through his teeth. "If I hadn't secretly done a test, you would still be in the dark. When this matter is exposed, all your previous efforts will be wasted." Yes, Gu Ninji's parentage was already set in stone, but this happened. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and slowly walked around the square. He didn't go far. After a while, he asked, "What about Gu Xiangwen? Have you confirmed Gu Xiangwen's identity? This Gu Xiangwen should be real." Chenlai thought about it. His DNA is the same as Gu Yanran's. They are biological father and daughter. Hu Xiaoheng clenched his fists. Gu Yanran is biological father and daughter. Were all his previous speculations wrong? He originally thought Gu Ninji was biological and Gu Yanran wasn't, but now it was the opposite. After walking around the square a few times, Hu Xiaoheng thought of Yijichu's method. He used proof that Gu Nianji was the youngest daughter of the Gu family, not proof that she was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. And Gu Yanran also admitted that Gu Nianji was her little sister, Gu Nianji. What did this mean? It meant that Gu Nianji was legally a daughter of the Gu family, right? But if Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter, and Gu Yanran was, the consequences would be too severe. Hu Xiaoheng knew how much the higher-ups in the military coveted Gu Xiangwen's research results and patents. He also knew how much it would benefit national security. He also knew that once this was revealed, Gu Yanran's status would rise and become more important than Gu Nianji. No, this couldn't happen. Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and stopped walking. He turned to look at Chenlai, who didn't know what to do, and said calmly, "This ends here. Don't tell anyone. Remember, you've never taken this test before. Destroy all the records." "All right." Chenlai nodded. "You have an idea. Nianji is indeed Gu Xiangwen's daughter. There's no doubt about her legal status." Hu Xiaoheng said firmly, "As for whether she's his biological daughter or not, so what? Even Gu Yanran acknowledged her identity." "That's true. Maybe Nianji is Gu Xiangwen's wife's biological daughter," Chenlai murmured. "It's a pity we can't get Gu Xiangwen's wife's information and blood sample, otherwise. You don't have to worry about that." Hu Xiaoheng vaguely felt that this matter wasn't that simple, but he needed it to be simple at the moment. The marriage application had already been submitted, but her father, Hu Guanqin, was still objecting. However, the military bosses all believed that Gu Nianji was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter and had always supported Hu Xiaoheng. Once the news that Gu Nianji wasn't related to Gu Xiangwen got out, it would only be a matter of time before the military bosses backed off. Then his father, Hu Guanqin, would have the final say in the matter of Hu Xiaoheng's marriage. Marriage applications could be rejected immediately. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and walked around the square a few more times. The early summer sun had risen, bringing with it the dry heat of summer. The trees around the square were covered in shade, but it couldn't dispel the newly arrived summer heat. Hu Xiaoheng's heart also began to heat up. "You must keep this a secret. Keep it for as long as you can." Hu Xiaoheng clenched his fists and finally made up his mind. He said decisively, "I have to go abroad this month. Remember, Gu Xiangwen is using his serious illness as an excuse to temporarily reject all visits." "Okay, that's not a problem." Chenlai nodded. "That's easy, but as for Gu Yanran, if she says it herself, she might not say it for now as long as we don't provoke her." Hu Xiaoheng had some understanding of Gu Yanran. "We just need to stabilize her for at least 3 days." Chenlai could tell that Hu Xiaoheng was planning something, but he didn't want to ask. "Think about it carefully. Do you want to remind Nianji?" "No need. She won't remember anyway." Hu Xiaoheng returned to normal. "I'm leaving." Returning to his office, Hu Xiaoheng said to Zhao Liangzi, "Send me Tan Dongbang's family situation." Tan Dongbang, Minister of Justice. Popular candidate for Prime Minister. Zhao Liangzi laughed. "Hu Xiao, you have a wide range of interests." Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look at him as he walked straight into his office. Zhao Liangzi rubbed his nose and immediately searched for all of Tan Dongbang's information from the database before sending it to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng had only read for a while when General Ji called again and advised him earnestly, "Xiaoheng, this is a serious matter. You should think about it carefully and personally make a trip to the United States." "General Ji, I need a reason." Hu Xiaoheng's tone wasn't as firm as before. "Why do you insist on me going?" General Ji choked. He originally wanted to brush him off, but he remembered that he and Speaker Long had spent the entire night trying to persuade him, but Hu Xiaoheng still wouldn't budge. A random excuse probably wouldn't convince Hu Xiaoheng. You really want to know? Of course. Hu Xiaoheng's cursor lightly clicked on Minister of Justice Tan Dongbang's information and flipped through it one by one. Tan Dongbang's family had a long history of learning. His parents were both leading figures in the Hua Xia Empire's legal field, but they had always been famous in the academic world. The Tans were a scholarly family, and Tan Dongbang was the first person in the Tan's family to pursue an official career. Tan Dongbang's wife, Kai Songyin, was from the Hua Xia Empire's literary family, the Kai family. Their ancestors were especially famous in the education world, and many of the current senior government leaders had received favors from the Kai family in the past and were grateful to them to this day. And they only had one daughter, Tan Guiren. Xiaoheng, it was actually Mrs. Tan who suggested that you personally help them find their daughter. As parents, of course they want to give their children the best treatment. They need to find the best doctor to enter the hospital, and they need to find the best school and the best teacher to go to school. Also, this matter is indeed strange, so I'll be reassured if you personally do it. General Ji was already so old, yet he still tried to persuade Hu Xiaoheng in a humble voice. Hu Xiaoheng remained silent as he stared at the information on the computer screen. General Ji was still nagging, Xiaoheng, if you personally find Tan Guiren, both the Tans and the Kai family will owe you a favor. If Tan Dongbang can be elected Prime Minister, your future will be even better in the next 5 years. Although Hu Xiaoheng was in the military, if Tan Dongbang was elected Prime Minister, he would be the head of the country in name. The appointment and rank of general in the military also required the approval of the cabinet. If the cabinet led by the Prime Minister didn't agree, he still wouldn't be promoted. Hu Xiaoheng didn't care about all this. If he cared, he would have agreed yesterday. He wouldn't have had to keep arguing with Speaker Long and General Ji. But the information he just learned from Qin Lai made him change his mind. After reading the information for a long time, General Ji's mouth was dry from all the persuasion. Just as he was about to give up, Hu Xiaoheng spoke, General Ji, it's not impossible for me to go personally. But I have a condition. What condition? Tell me. General Ji was overjoyed. It felt great to have such a turnaround. If the military can immediately approve my marriage application and complete Ninji's background check before I leave the country, I will go. Hu Xiaoheng's fingers unconsciously tapped on the desk. He was a bit nervous, but his expression didn't show it at all. What? General Ji was stunned. Don't tell me you don't know how long the process will take. How can you make such a request? You don't agree. Then forget it. Hu Xiaoheng pretended to hang up. Xiaoheng, be reasonable. How can your business and Tan Guiren's business be the same? General Ji composed himself and began to argue with him. I originally wanted to go personally because some people wanted to use me as a favor. So why can't I make this request? Hu Xiaoheng smiled. He already saw a glimmer of hope. How can those people who came up with ideas for the Tans not pay a price? You have to know that if we go, we will be risking our lives to help them repay their favor. This was the second night. You must vote for your relatives' guaranteed monthly votes. And recommendation votes. Chapter 543. That was how things worked in this world. Even if you went through the back door and asked someone to do something for you, they wouldn't be willing to do anything for you just because you said a few words. Everything had to be exchanged. If you wanted to take something, you had to give it first. This was an exchange of benefits. General Ji held the phone and was speechless for a long time. Finally, he coughed heavily. Then I'll discuss it with them again. He hung up and immediately said to his personal secretary, I'm going out for a while. Call them and ask if they're home. As she spoke, she pushed a name list towards the personal secretary and said, call everyone except Huguanchin. The personal secretary looked at it and saw that it was the members of the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council. He didn't think too much about it and went to call them one by one. There were a total of 15 people in the Standing Committee, including General Ji and Huguanchin. Huguanchin didn't need to call them, so he only needed to make 13 calls. Soon, the calls were made one by one. 7 of them were home and could see General Ji. The other 6 had work to do, so they arranged to meet the next day. General Ji ran around for 2 whole days to discuss with these people about Hu Xiaoheng's matter. There had to be a reason why such a complicated matter could be agreed in 2 days. The main reason was that these people wanted Gu Xiangwen to stay in the Hua Xia Empire and wanted Hu Xiaoheng to marry Gu Nianji. Gu Xiangwen wasn't a citizen of the Hua Xia Empire to begin with. Although he was registered now, he could give it up at any time after he came to his senses. Only blood ties couldn't be given up or severed. Previously, they had been dragging their feet on Hu Xiaoheng's marriage application. It wasn't that they didn't agree, but that they didn't want to embarrass Huguanchin. Gu Nianji was still young and had just reached the legal age for marriage. Even if they agreed and passed the background check, they wouldn't get married immediately. Therefore, no one was in a hurry. This way, they wouldn't offend Huguanchin or embarrass Hu Xiaoheng too much. It was a tacit understanding. Now that General Ji stated Hu Xiaoheng's conditions, they finally understood that Hu Xiaoheng was already angry and dissatisfied. Also, they needed Hu Xiaoheng's help for many things in the future. The Tans was only one of them. Their future would be smoother if this matter was handled well. Since everyone had laid out their conditions, the result was very simple. At the regular meeting of the Supreme Military Council, Hu Xiaoheng's marriage application was approved with a record of 14 votes in favor and 1 against. Huguanchin's face was livid when he saw the results, but he couldn't say a word. In the face of such an outcome, if he still objected, then he would really be a fool. But within a few days, these people had suddenly changed direction. It must have been his precious son who had done something. Thinking of this, Huguanchin felt proud and angry, but there was nothing he could do. The organization had already made a decision, so it was impossible to change it. In other words, it was too difficult to change it. Even if all the members of the Standing Committee worked together, they wouldn't be able to change it. There was no news for another 3 days. No phone calls, no text messages, and no one came to see her. However, this time, Gu Nianji didn't feel anxious and uneasy. She hadn't seen him for a day because the shock Hu Xiaoheng had given her that day hadn't faded. Why were they getting married? Gu Nianji sat in front of her computer writing her thesis and spaced out again. Looking up at the bright summer sun outside the window, her large eyes naturally narrowed to avoid the stimulation of the bright light. Looking down at what she had written, it was a complete mess. She didn't know what to make of it. She still felt uneasy. Gu Nianji stopped writing and closed the program. She went to the small fridge to find a dragon fruit and cut it open. She smeared some honey on it and placed it in a white porcelain bowl. She carried it to Ma Chi-Chi's room. "Chi-Chi, do you want some dragon fruit?" Ma Chi-Chi opened the door with a sleepy expression. "Nianji, it's Saturday today. Why are you up so early?" Looking at her watch, it wasn't even 8 yet. If they didn't go home on weekends and stayed in the dorms, they usually slept until 9 o'clock. Gu Nianji giggled and dragged the white porcelain bowl to Ma Chi-Chi. "Look, it's a dripping dragon fruit. It's fragrant, soft, and sweet. There's also wild honey. Do you want some?" "Yes." Ma Chi-Chi perked up and nodded firmly. "I'll be out after I wash my face." Gu Nianji sat at the dining table and took 2 forks to place on the dragon fruit, one for each of them. Soon after, Ma Chi-Chi came and sat across from her at the dining table. She picked up a fork and ate with her. This dragon fruit is really good. It's so juicy and so sticky. It's even more sticky than the ones I've had before. Ma Chi-Chi's cheeks puffed up as she ate. Gu Nianji was in a good mood and stopped eating after 2 bites. She watched Ma Chi-Chi eat and stared at her without blinking. Ma Chi-Chi ate a few pieces and said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, why didn't you go home this weekend? Didn't your boyfriend come to pick you up?" Gu Nianji was a bit distracted and didn't hear what Ma Chi-Chi said. Ma Chi-Chi knocked on the table. "Nianji, something's on your mind." Oh. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality. She wanted to hide her panic, but she also felt like she had a stomach full of things to confide in someone. She grew up with Hu Xiaoheng and the others and used to discuss everything with Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangzi, or Hu Xiaoheng. But now that she was older, she couldn't confide in the men about her worries. When she was an undergraduate, she had Little Temptress, Lady Chow, and Green Tea Fong to give her advice. But at that time, she didn't have the worries she wanted to talk about now. After a while, Gu Nianji finally asked, "Chi-Chi, what age do you think is a good time to get married?" "Get married?" Ma Chi-Chi froze. Although she was older than Gu Nianji, she was only 23. She had just ended a relationship and hadn't started a new one yet. Marriage was still too far away for her. She laughed strangely. "Nianji, you're only 18. You're not even 19 yet, right? What marriage? You're so young and you're going to be an old woman." According to the Huaxia Empire's marriage laws, people could get married at 18. Gu Nianji laughed. Ma Chi-Chi's thoughts were exactly the same as hers. They were both young girls who hadn't entered society yet. To them, their beautiful lives had only just begun. They were still at the stage of judging men based on their looks. Their imagination of love was all about romance, and they had to trap the man in their imagination. If the man didn't match up with their imagination, they would have all sorts of complaints. Greed, anger, love, and obsession were all they wanted for love. "Chi-Chi, you're really good with words." Gu Nianji thought about it and changed the topic. She was worried Ma Chi-Chi would continue asking. "Oh right, how have you been lately? Did you get a new boyfriend? I came back from the library last night and saw you talking to a tall, elegant boy under the tree downstairs. Your smile was so gentle." "Oh. You saw?" Ma Chi-Chi screamed and covered her face in embarrassment. No, he's not my new boyfriend, but," she put down her hand and looked at Gu Nianji innocently. She leaned over and whispered in her ear, "But he seems to be interested in me, then do you like him?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. "Is he pursuing you?" Gu Nianji had never been pursued before. She was the one who initiated it with Hu Xiaoheng, so she didn't know what it felt like to be pursued. Sometimes she couldn't even tell if Hu Xiaoheng truly loved her, or if it was because he was used to taking care of her, getting used to her pestering, and getting used to her being his responsibility and obligation. Ma Chi-Chi closed her eyes. "I don't know. He's pretty good to me." "I'll see, then what else do you want?" Gu Nianji was very curious. "Isn't it enough for him to treat you well?" "Of course not," Ma Chi-Chi said seriously. "I still have to like him and be moved. If he's only nice to me and I don't feel anything, then being with him out of gratitude would be a form of humiliation and irresponsibility to him." "Oh. Really?" Gu Nianji's eyes began to drift. "Then how do you know if he loves you?" "It's very simple." Ma Chi-Chi's eyes suddenly lit up like a resplendent crystal chandelier. She cupped her slightly flushed cheeks with both hands and said intoxicatedly, "Yes, I'll always think of you when I don't see you, and I'll have to see you no matter what. If we're not together, then morning call in the morning and night call at night are essential. As for you, you almost can't breathe when you see him." All the beautiful things you imagined in the past can't be shown to him because you're already out of your mind. You can't control your every word and action and your emotions. Gu Nianji was speechless. She sounded like a retard. Gu Nianji frowned and thought about it. She regretfully realized that the retard was herself. In front of Hu Xiaoheng, she was the retard that Ma Qiqi described. Would Hu Xiaoheng have a hard time holding it in? It seemed like she really loved Hu Xiaoheng, but she still couldn't tell if Hu Xiaoheng loved her that much. In the past, she had vowed that she would make Hu Xiaoheng love her as much as she loved him. However, after the incident in the blue hole, she felt that it was probably impossible. In Hu Xiaoheng's heart, comrades and missions were all more important than her. That day, she curled up in the corner of the yacht with her entire body aching and unable to move. All she could see was Hu Xiaoheng's back as he hurried away. She had to admit that the scene had such a huge impact on her that she still hadn't recovered from it. The insecurities in her subconscious grew even more severe. Was it because she was at odds with Hu Xiaoheng because of this that Hu Xiaoheng wanted to use marriage to appease her? However, he didn't understand that she didn't want this kind of peace of mind. She wanted his true feelings. What if it was possible that Hu Xiaoheng would fall in love with someone else? A woman who was more mature, magnanimous, good-tempered, skillful, smooth, and more beautiful than her. If there was such a woman, what should she do? Hand Hu Xiaoheng over and dejectedly leave? Gu Nianji thought about it and realized that there were only 4 words. She couldn't. This was the first 3,000-word update. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were especially important. Remember to vote. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 544. So that's how it is. Gu Nianji smiled. Qiqi, you must have a lot of suitors, right? That's not a lot. Ma Qiqi blushed and looked up to see Gu Nianji's large and bright eyes, her fair and soft cheeks, her straight and handsome nose, and her naturally red lips. She said enviously, a girl as beautiful as Nianji must have even more suitors. Why did you choose that one? My one. Who am I? Gu Nianji also blushed and waved her hand. No one else is pursuing me. Gu Nianji suddenly thought of Mei Xiaoan and calmly eliminated him from the list of suitors. To Gu Nianji, being pursued by someone you liked was considered a pursuit. Being pursued by someone you didn't like was harassment. She only wanted Hu Xiaoheng to pursue her, but later realized it was impossible. No way. Our Nianji is smart and beautiful, are those men blind? But luckily your boyfriend has good taste and got you early on. Ma Qiqi smiled and pinched Gu Nianji's face. Look at this pretty little face, I can't bear to let it go. Gu Nianji quickly tilted her head to avoid Ma Qiqi's Lushan claws and pinched her nose. If we're talking about beauty, our Qiqi is the best. Look at this flirtatious expression. Even a woman like me can't resist it. The two of them fooled around in the dormitory. They were young after all, so they quickly forgot about their worries. To them, life was a kaleidoscope that constantly gave them surprises. Taking a step back was gorgeous, and taking a step forward was wonderful. Even the dark clouds were lined with silver. On Sunday morning, He Zhichu woke up in his bedroom and didn't want to open his eyes. He laid there quietly for a while before taking out his phone from the bedside table and unlocking it to check the time. It was only 8, so he didn't want to get up yet. He had taken care of some family matters last night and had been busy until almost midnight before sleeping. He didn't expect to wake up at 8 this morning. What a scary biological clock. When he turned on his phone, he habitually looked at the GPS and immediately sat up in bed. The GPS actually showed Gu Nianji was on campus. This was too rare. Ever since Gu Nianji started school, she had been away from school most weekends. It was one of the few weekends when she stayed at school. He Ji-chu looked at his phone for a while before putting it down and falling asleep again. So what if I'm at school? Was he going to ask her to spend the weekend with him? Right now, they were just a professor and a student. There was no other relationship between them. He Ji-chu reminded himself silently. He slept again, and when he woke up, it was almost noon. He slowly got out of bed, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then came out to make himself a cup of coffee. He only sobered up after drinking the coffee. He Ji-chu looked at the computer and didn't really want to continue working. He took out his phone and looked at it again. Gu Nianji was at the school's tennis court. It seemed like he hadn't played tennis for many days. Well, he needed some exercise. He Ji-chu went to his bedroom and changed into his tennis attire and tennis shoes. With a tennis bag on his back and a tennis racket in one hand, he walked down the professor's building. He Ji-chu drove to the tennis court and parked his car in the underground parking lot before taking the elevator up. Gu Nianji and Ma Chi-chi were playing in court number 4. Both of them wore snow-white tennis attire and white sports socks. Their fair, slender legs ran and jumped on the court, exuding a strong sense of youth. He Ji-chu calmly walked past their tennis court with his racket in hand. He didn't look around. Gu Nianji's back was facing the aisle, but Ma Chi-chi was facing the aisle. She looked up and saw He Ji-chu walking over. She froze and forgot to catch the ball. Gu Nianji almost hit her. Chi-chi, are you okay? Gu Nianji was shocked. She quickly ran to the net and asked with concern. Ma Chi-chi desperately gave Gu Nianji a look and almost stabbed her in the back with her racket. Gu Nianji was baffled. She turned around and saw that it was He Ji-chu. He happened to turn his head, and their eyes met. Professor He. You're here to play tennis too. Gu Nianji greeted him with a smile and waved her racket. Do you want to play 2 rounds? Play with me. Are you sure? He Ji-chu smiled faintly and nodded to Ma Chi-chi as a greeting. He then looked at Gu Nianji's flushed face and forehead still glistening with sweat from the exercise. He raised his hand and couldn't help but want to wipe it for her. Gu Nianji took a step back and continued with a smile. What's wrong? Professor, he is a world-class player, but I'm not weak either. Only Gu Nianji could be so confident. He Ji-chu couldn't help but laugh. Okay, then 2 rounds. Ma Chi-chi also walked over and quickly said, Professor He, Nianji is a little monster. She's too energetic and I'm no match for her at all. I hope Professor He can teach her a lesson. Otherwise she doesn't know her place. Gu Nianji smiled and gently hit Ma Chi-chi's back with her racket. You've lost to me and you still want to tell on me. How is this telling on me? I just found someone strong to teach you a lesson. Ma Chi-chi winked at her and walked to the side of the court to sit down. She picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a big gulp. Gu Nianji and He Ji-chu were already standing on opposite sides of the court to begin the match. Gu Nianji started first. She tossed the snow-white tennis ball high up and raised her racket to hit it fiercely. The tennis ball bounced off the other side like a bullet. He Ji-chu looked elegant and didn't look like an athlete. However, as soon as he swung his racket to catch the ball, Gu Nianji knew she had made a huge mistake. He Ji-chu had a strong jump and his judgment when catching the ball was shockingly accurate. Gu Nianji could hear the wind whistling in her ears when he swung his racket hard. What a strong opponent. Gu Nianji perked up and focused all her attention on playing against He Ji-chu. On Saturday morning, the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces was quiet. Most people were enjoying Saturday mornings when they didn't have to wake up early for training. However, Hu Xiaoheng woke up at 7 as usual and browsed through his emails as he ate breakfast. Unless there was an emergency, he usually didn't deal with any emails. After breakfast, he went out for a morning run. It was already early summer. Although the heat in the morning wasn't very strong, it was still much hotter than before. Hu Xiaoheng had just run one lap and his forehead and back were already beaded with sweat. Hu Xiao, General Ji is calling. Do you want to take it? Zhao Liang's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. I'll take it. Hu Xiaoheng slowed down and put his hands in his pockets as he walked slowly on the dark green oval track. The Bluetooth headset connected to General Ji's call and he heard General Ji's hearty laughter. Xiaoheng, are you up? Good morning, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. I woke up a long time ago and am running now. Running on the weekend. Ha 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 ha. General Ji was in a good mood. You really are the best soldier under my command. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. This was considered a good soldier. General Ji's standards were really low. He casually exchanged a few pleasantries and heard General Ji say happily, Xiaoheng, the results of Gu Nianji's background check are out. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He walked to the stone bench beside the track and sat down. Really? That's pretty efficient. Of course it's efficient. The Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council authorized urgent processing. How could it not be fast? General Ji said proudly. The military unanimously approved the marriage of Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. Oh. Then Nianji's background check is fine. Hu Xiaoheng asked in detail. I asked for it to be fast, but I didn't ask you to lower your standards. I want to know the level and results of Nianji's background check. What level was it? You're really watertight. General Ji scolded jokingly and assured him, it was all the highest level. Her background check results were completely fine. It was the best. Really? Hu Xiaoheng sat up straight. Then give me a copy of the background check report. I want to file it. Documents had to be written in black and white for it to be effective. Hu Xiaoheng knew this very well. Sure, no problem. General Ji was going to do him a favor. When are you coming to collect it? I'll be right there. Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. I'll be there in about half an hour. He then said, in addition to the background check report, please also get me a marriage recommendation letter. Why are you in such a hurry? General Ji was very confused. Don't tell me you want to get married right away. There's not enough time. You didn't prepare a new house or a treat. You didn't even prepare a wedding dress, right? Hu Xiaoheng laughed. I just want to get the paperwork ready. I'm not getting married right away. General Ji, you're thinking too much. It was the second night, today was Monday. His relatives also had to vote for him. And monthly votes. Chapter 545. Really? General Ji didn't seem to believe Hu Xiaoheng's words. He had been tricked by Hu Xiaoheng for the past 2 days and was surprised to find that even he couldn't figure out what Hu Xiaoheng was thinking. Absolutely. Hu Xiaoheng said slowly, a mysterious smile on his lips. He had a pen in his hand and was occasionally poking at the white paper in front of him, leaving a cloud of fog on it. General Ji thought about it for a while. Since the marriage application and background check had been approved, it was only a matter of time before the marriage recommendation letter was issued. Why stop him at this point? Moreover, Hu Xiaoheng wasn't young anymore. General Ji nodded in understanding. Okay, I'll have Secretary Chao take you through the procedures. He paused and tried to scare him again. Nianji is still young. You have to think about the impact. It's best if you wait for her father to wake up before getting married. Wouldn't it be nice to have her biological father at her wedding? Don't you think so? Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly. I said I don't plan to get married right away. I can't do anything if General Ji doesn't believe me. Okay, it's not that I don't believe you, I'm just reminding you. Actually, it'll save us a lot of trouble if you handle all the procedures yourself. General Ji chuckled for a long time before putting down the phone. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hesitate and immediately returned to his official residence to take a shower. Then he took his various documents and drove alone to where the Supreme Military Council was located. Although it was a Saturday, because Hua Xiaoheng's matter was a special case, the staff on duty dutifully pulled out the documents for him. Hua Xiaoheng checked his documents in the conference room and looked through them one by one. He didn't miss a single word. The marriage application had the signatures of 14 executive officers, and the background check materials also had the executive officer's seal and the file number. He also carefully checked the level of the background check to make sure it was the highest level before stopping. Because only the highest level of background check could guarantee the lowest possibility of being overturned in the future, Hua Xiaoheng silently put the 2 documents into his briefcase and stood up to say to General Ji's personal secretary, Secretary Chao. Thank you, Secretary Chao. It's okay. General Hua is too polite. Secretary Chao was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at him with a smile. I'll take General Hua to get the recommendation letter now. Yes, thank you. Hua Xiaoheng picked up his briefcase and followed Secretary Chao to the military's executive secretary's office to get a certificate and a letter of introduction. He was an active soldier and a high-ranking officer. His marriage required a special letter of introduction and proof from the organization. Not only was it a guaranteed military marriage, but there was also a special confidentiality procedure. Hua Xiaoheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the first secretary from the secretary's office stamp the marriage introduction letter and certificate with a bright red seal. In the future, with this letter of introduction, ID, and military ID, he could register his marriage with Gu Nianji anytime. The most suspenseful part had been resolved just like that. Hua Xiaoheng realized he was more relaxed than he had imagined. So this matter was also deeply suppressed in his heart. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled into a smile as he placed his briefcase in the passenger seat. He started the car and left the headquarters of the Supreme Military Council. As the car entered the Sanhuan Expressway, Hua Xiaoheng turned on his Bluetooth headset and called Gu Nianji's cell phone. It rang for a long time, but no one picked up. He looked at his watch. It was almost noon. Was Gu Nianji, the lazy bum, still sleeping in? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and took out his phone to open the location tracking system. Gu Nianji was represented by a small 4-leaf clover. On the map on his phone, the location of the small 4-leaf clover was inside the B University Stadium. She was actually working out in the stadium. Hua Xiaoheng knew how much Gu Nianji hated exercise, so he couldn't help but glance at the sun outside the car window. The sun didn't rise from the west. As he thought about it, he turned the steering wheel and was already driving in the direction of B University. When it was almost 1, Hua Xiaoheng arrived at the entrance of the B University Stadium. He stopped the car and got out. Looking at his phone again, he saw that the small 4-leaf clover was already heading towards the entrance of the stadium. Hua Xiaoheng put away his phone and leaned against the shiny black car door. He lit a cigarette and took a long drag. With one hand on the car and the other holding the cigarette, he stared fixedly at the entrance of the stadium. Not long after, Gu Nianji, Ma Qiqi, and He Zhichu walked out of the stadium chatting and laughing. He Zhichu's expression was indifferent as he casually said, "Have you had lunch?" "Nope." "Is Professor He treating us to lunch?" Ma Qiqi's eyes lit up as she quietly nudged Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji pursed her lips into a smile and shook her head. "Qiqi, you're overthinking it. What Professor He means is that he wants to eat, so we can all go home and find our own mothers." He Zhichu glanced at her. "Did I say that?" He paused and said, I heard there's a good Hubei restaurant outside the south gate. Do you guys like Hubei cuisine? Yes, yes. Ma Chichi nodded repeatedly. Professor, he likes Hubei cuisine too. He Jichu didn't really like it or dislike it, but Gu Nianji liked it. He didn't look at Gu Nianji, but his tone was directed at her. Since you like it, let's go together. It's boring eating alone. Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. She suddenly saw a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. No way. At this time. At this place. Why was he here? Gu Nianji thought she had missed him so much that her eyes had gone haywire and everyone looked like him. However, that person's aura was too strong. Although it was only a glimpse, she couldn't help but look again. After taking another look, Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly widened. It really was him. It was Hua Xiao. She almost couldn't control herself from sprinting over. Fortunately, Ma Chichi and He Jichu were beside her, so her remaining bit of rationality pulled her back. She still followed Ma Chichi and He Jichu down the steps unhurriedly. Then she walked in Hua Xiaoheng's direction. Although she walked normally for the first few steps, she walked faster and faster towards the end. She practically jogged to Hua Xiaoheng, who was leaning against the car door. Gu Nianji panted slightly and said, Hua Xiao, why are you here? Hua Xiaoheng saw her as soon as she came out of the door. He originally wanted to walk over to give her a surprise, but he saw that other than her roommate Ma Chichi, He Jichu was also accompanying her. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes darkened, but he didn't move. He looked at Gu Nianji with a deep gaze and grunted. I came here for a meeting, so I came to see you. Really? Gu Nianji smiled so much that her eyes turned into crescents. Fine beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, and a few strands of sweaty hair curled on the side of her face. Her small face was delicate and pink, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Hua Xiaoheng reached out to smooth her hair. You're all sweaty. Why didn't you shower before coming out? I'm not used to showering in the gym shower, so I wanted to go back to the dorm to shower, Gu Nianji said quickly. Then she remembered He Jichu and Ma Chichi and turned to look at them apologetically. Professor He Chichi, I can't go to lunch with you guys. He Jichu looked at Hua Xiaoheng coolly and said coldly, Mr. Hua is here. Let's go for lunch together. Ma Chichi also desperately gave Gu Nianji a look. Gu Nianji choked and sneaked a look at Hua Xiaoheng. She whispered, Hua Xiao, do you want to go together? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and said, you all want to shower, right? We can go eat after showering. He didn't mean to refuse. He Jichu relaxed his brows and said to Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi, Nianji, Chichi, go back and change first, then go to the Hubei restaurant outside the south gate. I've already made reservations there. Since He Jichu said so, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't object, Gu Nianji boldly agreed. Hua Xiaoheng started the car and opened the door for Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi to get in. He sent them back to the dorm to shower and change. When he closed the door, Hua Xiaoheng said to He Jichu, Professor, he plays tennis with the students on the weekends. What a model teacher. The corners of He Jichu's mouth twitched, but he couldn't bring himself to smile. Mr. Hua, you flatter me. See you later. He waved and walked to the parking lot. Hua Xiaoheng got into his car and drove Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi to the dorm. Ma Chichi only felt a bit awkward when she got into Hua Xiaoheng's car. She realized that Gu Nianji and her boyfriend didn't speak much in the car, and she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. As soon as she got to the dorm, she rushed out of the car and hurried to the dorm building's main entrance. When she was at the entrance, she ran into the senior who was interested in her. Chi-Chi. Where did you go? I called you, but you didn't pick up. The senior had been waiting for her for a while. In the beginning, He was very worried that something had happened to her, but now that he saw her, he sighed in relief. Machichi blushed and raised her tennis racket. I went to play tennis. What's up, senior? The senior's handsome face was also a bit red, but he still mustered up the courage to say, I wanted to take you to a movie. Are you free? A movie? It's only noon now. Machichi was a bit confused. Shouldn't movies usually be at night? Yeah, I bought tickets for the movie tonight, so we're going to eat first. We can watch the movie after eating. The senior seemed to have come prepared. This way, the two of them could spend more time together. Machichi understood what he meant and blushed even more. She turned around and saw that Gu Nianji and her boyfriend were still in the car. She suddenly had an idea. Sure. Give me 5 minutes, I'll go change. She had just taken a cold shower in the gym, unlike Gu Nianji, who was still drenched in sweat. Yeah, I'll wait for you. The senior visibly relaxed and smiled even more beautifully. Machichi's face was as red as a ripe apple. She quickly ran into the elevator and quickly rushed to her dorm room. She quickly changed into a dress and brushed some rose powder on her face before carrying her small bag downstairs. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Machichi pointed at her watch. Senior, you don't mind, right? I don't mind. The senior shook his head. Let's go. There's a waffling restaurant at the south gate. Do you like sushi? Of course. Machichi was a foodie. As long as it was delicious, she would eat it with relish. As Machichi walked, she texted Gu Nianji and He-Ji-Chu separately. Professor He/Nianji, I'm busy, so I can't go eat. Have fun. In Hua Xiaoheng's car, Gu Nianji's phone rang. She looked down to see it was a text from Machichi. What's up? Hua Xiaoheng had been sitting in the car silently for a long time. When he heard Gu Nianji's phone ring, he finally turned to ask. This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder to everyone about the monthly and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.